Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish or Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Prosaid, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everyone. Good morning. Today is Monday, March 31st. 2025 is the last day of March. Wow. That went fast. We're already a quarter of the way through 2025. How is everyone today? Well, I was off the grid for the weekend, as you know. And if you follow me on Instagram, you know where I was. I was in Las Vegas. Seeing Dead & Company a couple of nights with a bunch of friends and family and Andrea Burkhart and her husband. And we had an amazing time. If you know, you know, because there's nothing like a Grateful Dead show. And there's nothing like a couple of them in a row to get you back on track. And it was such a fun time. It was really, really fun. And it was a much needed weekend off. I didn't plug in once. I don't even think I opened my laptop once. So that was awesome. What we did miss, though, on Friday was a short day in the Turk trial. There was only about an hour and a half of testimony. It was the most uncomfortable witness that I have ever seen on the stand. And so I feel like if you didn't watch it, I think we need to start off and go back and watch some of the cross-examination of Kurt Pfannenstiel, who I think Harry Turk thought was his best friend. But what we learned from, at least what I learned from watching the cross-examination of Kurt Pfannenstiel, he's still going to be on the stand this morning. So I think what we need to do is go back and catch up. I don't think that, first of all, there is no bro code. Okay, there's no bro code, apparently, especially not at the American Legion, which is where apparently they met. And Kurt may or may not have been, well, he definitely absolutely was texting with his bestie's wife behind his back. And some of it was really, really inappropriate. He may or may not have deleted hundreds of text messages between himself and Katie prior to her death. And just a gentle reminder to you all in the chat, and I know that you keep it classy and you're amazing and you're the greatest. But one of the reasons that we keep it classy in the chat with regard to the talking about the victim and the victim's family and the witnesses and just try and have some general rules of decorum about what we say in the chat, because you never know who's watching. And what I do know is that one of Katie's daughters is watching. And she wrote a comment on the show that we did on Thursday. And she said, "Thank you so much for covering my mom's case. I really appreciate it." She said, her name is Sophia. She's going to be brought up in the trial. She's now, I believe she's over 18. And she said, "Thank you so much for covering my mom's case." And she said, "It was really, really hard for me to be in the courtroom on Thursday, but I really felt my mom's presence with me." And then so many of you wrote comments of support back to Sophia. She has a sister and a brother, and they now have no mom, and that's really horrific. So whatever Katie may or may not have done during her life leading up to her death, nothing that she did should have resulted in being murdered by her spouse. Just shouldn't have. As you know, that since Dr. Turk has confessed to this crime, many people are saying, well, why is it even on trial? He confessed. Well, he's on trial because he's on trial for first-degree murder, which carries a life sentence, which is a charge that requires premeditation under the law of Massachusetts. And so what I think Kevin Reddington, his defense attorney, is trying to do is try and get him a lesser included charge, such as maybe an involuntary manslaughter or something that goes to heat of passion. That this was a heat of passion argument that led to his uncontrollable strangling of Katie McLean, which led to him then putting her body in a nearby pond and putting rocks in her yoga pants, and that it was not premeditated. And I think, based on his cross-examination, which we're going to take a look at, of Kurt on Friday, well, once we get there, I'll tell you what I think he's doing. I don't think he's doing this to disparage the victim as much as I think he's doing this to show perhaps what may have happened on the night in question, leading up to the argument that Dr. Turk, who is going to testify in his own defense, is going to say led to the events that led to Katie's death. And that's what I think. Justice for Katie. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And be kinder than necessary. Absolutely. As always, be kinder than necessary. It's really not hard. It is so not hard. There's a lot to catch up on Karen Reed, and I'm going to do that show today at 3 o'clock. So never fear. We're going to get to it all today, because tomorrow the jury selection is going to start on April Fool's Day, which is so fitting, isn't it? So fitting. So let's go back to Friday and take a look at some of this cross-examination of Kurt Pfannenstiel, which Court TV has broken up a little bit, so it's going to make it a little bit easier to get through. And they also have some interesting notes on their screen for you to take a look at. But Reddington, I'm learning a lot about Reddington. We've heard a lot about him. He was Jennifer McCabe's lawyer in the Karen Reed trial during the Rule 17 motions to get Jennifer McCabe's cell phones. He really didn't have a lot to do or say during those hearings, because one of them was just canceled out of the blue. However, I am learning that he is a very skilled trial lawyer. He's very good at cross-examination. I do not agree with him on this case, but when it comes to Lindsay Clancy, who he is also representing, he may be able to sway me on Lindsay Clancy. So I'm giving him a shot, and we're going to look at some interesting cross-examination techniques. And I know that a lot of law students watch this channel. And so I also want this to be sort of a learning experience for anybody who's out there, who's in law school, who wants to be a trial lawyer, to figure out and to watch what works and what doesn't work, and to see what certain judges will put up with and certain judges will not put up with. A reminder to you, this is in Norfolk Superior Court, which is the same courthouse in which Karen Reed is being tried and has been being tried. This case, the Turk case, was originally assigned to Judge Cannoni, but was taken away from her when she was, I don't know, rotated out, as was the Brian Walsh case. And this is now assigned to Judge Mark Hallal, who we really like. We watched him on Thursday when the trial started, and so far he's very quiet. He doesn't butt in. He doesn't interrupt people. He's very respectful of the attorneys, and he lets them do their job without butting in. But when a ruling needs to be done, he does it decisively and quickly and from the bench, which is so refreshing. So there is a good judge in Norfolk County, at least one of them, Mark Hallal. Let's take a listen. Here's Reddington starting off the cross-examination from Friday. If you're tuning in and you don't know anything about the case, always check the show notes below the video. You might have to close out your chat to read them, but it will give you a good sort of summary of the case and what is happening so far, what's been alleged. Okay, so Kurt, the maybe or maybe not best friend of Harry Turk, is on the stand, but it seemed that he had more of an interest in his wife, Katie, or at the time that they started texting, they were not yet married, but it seems that they did confide in each other about lots of things, including reiki. All right, let's go.
You remember deleting the text from you and his phone to the police? Deleting? From the defendant in this case on the morning of that murder. Let's go back in for more.
Yes.
That was about it. It was on your phone. Where are the other texts on your phone? Were they? Between you and Katie?
I don't recall what I did.
Do you remember taking your phone and deleting the texts? Hundreds of texts between you and Ms. McLean before you gave your phone to the police?
No, I don't.
Do you remember deleting the text from you and Ms. McLean?
No, I don't remember.
Hundreds of text messages. Does everyone in Norfolk County wipe their phone clean and delete all their messages before voluntarily turning them into the police? And by now, I think we all realize that even if you do delete them, they're still there. They can still find them. Kevin Reddington does not say anything that he doesn't have receipts for, but I also like that he doesn't always ask leading questions, which I find so interesting. Sometimes he just asks an open-ended question and lets the witness go wherever they want to go. And based on what they say, Kevin Reddington is very good at being able to pivot and to segue into what the witness says. So just keep that in the back of your mind as we're listening to this. Yeah, you may need earmuffs. Some of it is actually cut out by Law and Crime. Some of it is kind of, gross, and we may skip through that part. You can just use your imagination about it. Lots of amnesia in Norfolk County. But apparently he deleted hundreds of messages. He doesn't remember doing it. But look, it's out there. You can't unring that bell, right? Jury's heard it.
You were deleting photographs or videos or FaceTime chats or anything like that?
No, I don't recall.
You knew that in 2020 that they got married in the Elvis Chapel in Las Vegas, right?
I guess they did it there, yes.
Yes, they did. Do you remember her texting you that they got married?
No, I don't recall getting a text.
Her texting you and you going with the exclamation points, congratulations, and going back and forth with texts about being married. Don't tell anybody, things of that nature. She's saying that to you?
No, I don't recall that, but
Okay.
if you have it on paper, then I guess it is.
Well, we'll see. Would you agree with me, sir?
Did you hear that? Well, we'll see. He gets a lot of digs in, and the judge doesn't really reprimand him, which is interesting. This judge kind of lets him go. So you're gonna notice a stark difference between Judge Cannoni and Judge Hallal. And it just goes to show you that depending on the luck of the draw, which judge you get, you could have a very, very different trial as both an attorney, a witness, and a defendant. So we're going to watch this on a little bit faster speed. And then when we get to trial today, it's a half day of trial from only 9 to 1. So that will give us some buffer room to be able to FF through some of the breaks in today's testimony.
Sure that you knew in your conversations with Harry, when you guys maybe be sitting out by the pool, having a cigar, he had a cigar, a drink or whatever, he confided in you that he made a huge mistake about getting married, didn't he?
He said that?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Well, you knew that he was going to see a lawyer for a divorce, right?
This was so long ago.
That's long ago.
Your Honor, could the witness answer be allowed to
I don't really remember conversations.
Hang on, sir. Go ahead.
May the witness be allowed to finish his answers?
Yes, just let him finish his answer. Mr. Reddington, please.
Of course. All right. Finish your answer. It's been long ago.
I mean, the digs that he gets in are just fantastic.
I don't even know where we're at.
All right, why don't you ask the question again, Mr. Reddington?
Back in June of 2019, sir, do you recall, well, let me back up. Can you describe for us what your understanding was of your relationship with Kathleen McLean in 2019?
Just a friend.
And you knew that she had moved in with your 3 children to Harry's house about a year and a half before that, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And you knew.
I'm sorry, but I just have to. Biz Marquis just came into my head. You say she's just a friend. You say she's just, oh, baby, you got what I need. The Karen Reed documents are dropping, so no spoilers in the chat. We're going to get to that at 3 o'clock. But he says they were just a friend. And when they get into some of their graphic conversation, you may need to earmuff your virgin ears. Thank you, Nicola. Appreciate you.
That they were not married, but they were obviously living together, right?
Yes.
And you knew in your conversations with Harry that was, she's living in his house as a living girlfriend, right?
I guess so, yes.
You guess so. Did you ever tell Harry that, for example, you would talk to her about getting laid doggy style?
Yeah, that's what I was
Objection.
talking about.
I don't recall that
Sustained.
conversation.
Sustained. You don't have to answer that, sir. Just wait for the objection, please.
Taking, for example, the number ending in 9407, that's Katie, correct?
That's what?
That's Katie's number, correct?
Yes.
We just went through that. And your number, sir, we went through, ends with the 4714, correct?
Yes.
Now, just like the DA, I'm going to approach you.
Chloe Bites, yeah, we really do have to wait until 3 because I am giving Katie McLean the respect that she deserves for her murder trial. And so if you can't wait until 3 o'clock for me to do the Karen Reed trial, then I'm sorry, you can have to maybe go. Maybe somebody else will be covering it before then and you're free to go. But again, it's not an airport and you do not have to announce your departure. We may skip through some of this stuff because it gets into some pretty graphic F words and stuff and what they were talking about. And none of us need to hear that, especially if you're in the car with your children or you're at work with no headphones on. And I know I hate that our kids have to hear this too. But, and so I'm going to skip through some of that, but I want to get to when he talks about Reiki, because I think what happens there is that Kevin Reddington is able to spin that into like the theme of his whole cross-examination. So let's do this.
With,
Mr. Reddington, can you show Ms. Beatty, please?
I thought I sent it to you.
No, wait.
This is
I sent the date.
page 24. I'm sorry,
I sent the date, June 19th.
but there's hundreds of text messages.
There's hundreds
All
of
right,
text
while they're working on
messages.
that, we're going to go ahead and squeeze in a break.
Yeah, we don't want to watch your break. Okay. This is what I find to be particularly interesting. Okay, so he's trying to use these text messages to review Kurt's or to refresh his recollection about these messages. And if he says, "Do you remember texting this?" or the subject of the text message thread was this, and he says, "Yeah, no, I really don't remember that." Okay, if I showed it to you, would it refresh your recollection? Yes. So he's going to show him some of the text messages. Some he's going to say, "Yes, it does refresh my recollection," and those are going to come in. Some of them he's going to say, "No, that doesn't refresh my recollection." And you're going to see the way a real courtroom works with regard to rules of evidence. And shockingly, yes, even in Massachusetts, even in Norfolk County. What I find interesting also is that watch Reddington's positioning as he positions himself behind the witness, looking over the witness's shoulder. And imagine to yourself if Alan Jackson had done that to Jennifer McCabe, right? So just watch how things that are permissible in this courtroom, right next door to the courtroom where Karen Reed is being tried in, things fly in this courtroom that would never fly in front of Judge Cannoni, right? Okay, listen.
For identification, excuse me. I ask you if you recognize this.
Can you read it to yourself, sir, please?
Look where Reddington is standing. It's very performative. He's performing for the jury. He's going to talk to the jury. He's going to point at the jury, and he's standing right behind that witness. Do you think that Judge Cannoni would ever have let Alan Jackson do that with his hand on the witness stand, standing behind the witness in such close proximity? Never. Never.
Next page. The green balloon would be yours.
Such a different style, right?
You recognize that?
I guess so, yeah.
Yes, so. Does that refresh your memory, sir, as to what communication was on that date?
Yeah, I mean, she explained what they did.
What?
She explained what they did.
And that was to you. Harry wasn't part of that conversation.
No.
I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Objection.
Sustained.
For the record, then, I'd like to offer this to this part of the identification, but,
Okay, it is. It's over for
Yes.
identification.
right?
Okay, that is Madam Court Reporter. Many of you pointed that out. That is Madam Court Reporter from Karen Reed's case. Her name is Nancy, we found out, which I love. All right, they're going to go on to some graphic. Oh, yeah, we don't need to, even on the Chiron, really. So they talk about some graphic, the sex life between Katie and Harry and the way she was describing it to Kurt, the just a friend. And then we'll see if we have fast forwarded through that enough.
So Your Honor, not as refreshing recollection, but he's obviously adopted the document I offered.
Objection.
Sustained.
So.
Don't mark it for ID. You can mark it for ID.
Sir?
You can mark it for identification.
They'll be paid for identification.
What that means is it's marked for identification. It's not coming into evidence. However, he's already asked this witness if he remembers this text message thread. And so the jury's already heard about it. I don't think it's that harmful to his case that they're not actually going into evidence and the jury's not going to be able to look at them again later because the jury's allowed to keep notes and they're going to remember it. You can't unring the bell, right? I'm going to get to the part where he talks about reiki because that's
June 28th, to be specific, page 60. On your phone, 4714 and 9407 between Ms. McLean and yourself, that she was asking you about whether or not you were with Donna. You indicated that Donna was leaving for Vermont, things of that nature, and then you inquired as to whether you were invited over.
Inquires if I was invited over.
Yeah. The middle below.
Page, please.
I mean, this witness stumbles and stumbles and stumbles. And I mean, how embarrassing, right? Cleopatra says, there's nothing juicy in my text, but it's late for them to be read to the world. The world is watching. This guy's on the stand. He's got to be questioned about all these text messages. And I don't even know that they're offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted that these two were having any sort of an affair or any relations or anything. But I think it's leading to the heat of passion argument that maybe the night in question, there had been in the pretrial, if you followed that with me, we have a full pretrial list. We went through, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 videos pretrial. There was some evidence in the police reports and things that we read that Harry and Katie would go through each other's phone occasionally. And so that leads me to believe that in the night in question, did Harry go through Katie's phone and find some of these messages with Kurt? And that's what set him off and made him snap. That's why I think he's doing this, to build up that defense.
That refreshes his recollection?
Yep, that refreshes your
Okay, so
recollection.
read it to yourself, please.
Yes, I love Jack McCoy. Sarah, thank you for giving 10 memberships. You're the sweetest. Thank you. Appreciate you so much. And Mark,
does that
thanks for
refresh your
giving membership.
Yes.
Okay. And then your recollection refresh would be what? You asked her what?
Objection.
What?
Objection.
Okay, overruled. He may answer.
Did you do that? Objection. What? He just looked at the ADA and said, what? Her name is Lisa Beatty. This is the Norfolk County ADA. I just wanted you to see that again.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And then your recollection refresh would be what? You asked her what?
Objection.
What?
Objection.
Okay, overruled. He may answer. He may answer. Just ask it again, Mr. Reddington, please.
Does that refresh your memory as to what you indicated to her, what you said to her?
When I was coming over.
Yeah. Okay, when are you inviting me over?
Yeah.
Okay. You're going, just so I can understand, he's always going to be excluded?
That, if you want to mark that for ID, you may.
Okay.
That would be true for identification.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So that would refresh your memory as to the fact that there was a conversation at the end of June 2019. And again, Harry wasn't part of that conversation, was he?
He was not in the text.
No. And you knew that in page 73. And I think I can get the plastic sleeves for, well, if they're an ID, it doesn't matter. Do you recall, sir, at the very end of June 2019, having a text conversation with Ms. McLean, again, at the end of June, wherein she described in graphic detail 3 hours?
Yeah, so then they'd
Spring in
delete a whole bunch of this. And then they have,
watching.
let's go back.
Okay. And what is your recollection now refreshed, sir?
Overruled.
What she said.
Okay, so what is your recollection refreshed say that she said?
I literally just spent 3
You have to
hours.
slow down, make sure the jurors can hear you, sir.
All right, yeah, then they talk about again. graphic.
Director York?
Yes.
Do you recall in the middle of July, well, July 10th, specifically page 105, do you recall a text where you texted her at 4:30 in the afternoon and asked her to call you, and she said, yes, let me go outside? Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically, no.
Okay, so if it was like it wasn't late at night or anything. If Harry was home in the house and you called her, there were occasions that she would say, let me go outside to talk to you, right?
No, I don't recall if Harry was home or not.
Okay, but you recall that there were occasions when you would say, can you call me? And she'd say, yeah, let me go outside. Out of the house, right?
I guess so, yes.
I'm sure you don't guess. Paige?
Heather, he wasn't married, but he had a long-term girlfriend named Donna. So if you hear Donna, that's who that is.
Your balloon?
Oh, he just touched the witness, Olivia? Didn't notice that.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yeah, that we had that conversation, yeah.
She wanted to go outside before she talked to you, right?
Right. Right.
Okay. Black ID?
The S for identification.
This is Friday's cross,
And
and
then
we're
on
moving
July
on to today.
13th, 2019, sir, you called. This is around 7 o'clock at night. You said, are you alone? And you wanted to know, where is Harry? Do you remember that conversation?
Not towards what it was about, I have no idea.
Okay. Did you want to go over and hang out with Harry?
All the time I went there, I wanted to hang out with both.
Why didn't you call him? You guys are bros, you know?
We weren't bros.
No?
But
Just to hear Kevin Reddington say, you guys are bros, no? Cracks me up for some reason.
a lot of time I talked to her because of the Reiki session. And she also has a kid.
The what? The Reiki session?
Yeah.
No, we did that once.
Yeah, but it was really important to me because it was my mother that died when I was 22.
No, sir, I'm asking you about
Objection
Reiki
as to form.
sessions.
Okay. He had one Reiki section with Katie. This witness would have been a lot better off, in my opinion, just taking his medicine and getting through this as quickly as possible. Yes, I did that. Yes, I did that. Yes, I remember that. We texted about that. Yes, instead of trying to turn this around that they were bros. We weren't bros. And yeah, but it was about Reiki. And he's like, but you only did Reiki with her once. What? Listen to his disbelief. It may play well with some members of the jury. It may not play well with some members of the jury. So listen to this. You guys are bros, Okay. Taking it back. This was the part I wanted you to hear.
All the time I went there, I wanted to hang out with both.
Why didn't you call him? You guys are bros,
We weren't bros.
No?
But a lot of time I talked to her because of the Reiki session. And she also has a kid.
The what? The Reiki session?
Yeah.
No, we did that once.
Yeah, but it was really important to me because it was my mother that died when I was 22.
No, sir, I'm asking you about
Objection
Reiki
as to form.
sessions.
Sustained.
I'm telling you why I called hers, because I wanted to talk to her.
Sir, you need to wait for the objection. It's sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
See how the judge also controls the witness? That is something that Beverly Canoni does not do. She does not control the witnesses in her courtroom. She lets the witnesses run rampant, especially the McCabe and Albert witnesses. She lets them go on and on and on, even, and it's wild, the stuff that she lets in. This judge is like, answer the question, wait till he's finished, takes control of the courtroom. I don't like how this witness tried to throw in that his mother died when he was 22. He's looking for a little sympathy. It's not going to play well, in my opinion, in front of the jury. Look, I don't know any men in their 50s who are bros. So I don't know what that was, but it was amusing to think that Reddington even knows what that means.
When was the Reiki session?
I don't remember when it was. It was before.
I suggest you sir that the hundreds of text messages between 2019 and 2020. You didn't talk once to her about Reiki on a text. What are you telling this jury? What about Reiki?
What am I telling what?
You just said to me it was about Reiki sessions.
No, I said I talked to her about Reiki sessions.
Yeah, okay. In text?
No, by phone.
Oh, by phone. Okay, well, let's stay with the texts.
Now he just dug himself in another
She
hole
would-
because now he's like, oh, so you weren't just texting her hundreds and hundreds of times between 2019 and 2020. You were also talking on the phone a lot. Okay. Not helpful to his own testimony.
Tell you on a number of occasions that she was either drunk or wasted or trashed with the expressions. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Next question.
Do you recall on July 20th of 2019, she indicated that she was drunk and you wanted to know if she was going to still be awake?
Objection.
Overruled. That may stand. You can answer that, sir.
I'm sorry, Lisa, that would be page 145.
Lisa is the ADA. Interesting he calls her by her first name. They must know each other a long
Does that
time.
refresh your memory, sir?
Yeah,
Yeah, as to what?
that I asked that.
Okay, so she's told you in a text that she was literally drunk, right?
Yeah,
And your response was, oh, good, you're going to still be awake, right?
yeah, I guess.
You're going to talk about Reiki if she was still awake?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, how about Harry? Did you call him and say, hey, I'm coming over to talk about Reiki with your drunk?
Well,
See how he runs with the Reiki. See how he runs with the Reiki. He probably was not planning to do that. It just came out and he went with it. Do you find it effective? Take it back.
Right?
yeah, I guess.
You're going to talk about Reiki if she was still awake?
Maybe, yeah.
Well, how about Harry? Did you call him and say, hey, I'm coming over to talk about Reiki with your drunk?
Well, I'm sure that she would tell him that I was going to come over and talk to her about Reiki.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
See for identification.
I know it's secondhand embarrassing, right? It's secondhand embarrassing. It kind of gets worse. It moves to, they were supposed to get married. Katie and Harry were supposed to get married in August of 2019. Harry called off the justice of the peace. That was all in the text messages. And then, you know, it's, can I come over? And then it gets into when they were separated. At one point, she got a restraining order against him and he was no longer living in the house. So it kind of goes back and forth. I don't know. It's never really brought out whether or not Katie and Kurt were having an affair, but she did text and complain that he had canceled the wedding and he canceled the justice of the peace. And this witness says, I think they canceled their wedding a couple of times. And then he said something like, isn't somebody in your fire department a justice of the peace? And there's Harry with his hammer haircut from prison, his jailhouse hammer haircut. Looks like somebody cut his hair with a hammer.
That can be marked for ID if you want.
W for identification.
Now, sir, as time goes on, do you have any memory, sir, as to how many times that she, during that period of time, would ask you if you want to get drunk with her?
No, I don't recall.
There were times, though, right?
What?
There were times that she would ask you, come over, let's get drunk, things of that nature.
I don't recall that.
How about her sending you pictures of a sundress that she said was short? You remember that?
Yeah, it was like, I think it was a wedding dress or something cut up.
Cut up the wedding dress.
Something like that.
And she said that it was what, if you recall?
I don't know.
Do you remember asking her about, because she said it was short, and you asked her how short, right?
Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I don't know why.
You don't know why? Okay. And she showed
Again, why are you qualifying that? You asked her how short her dress was. Just say yes and move on. You know, I don't know why I said that. You're drawing more attention to it by trying to deny it. Just get through it, plow through it and move on because he's still on the stand this morning. We're going to get to that when we get through this.
you a picture of it, right?
I think she did, yes.
And then you then said, looks nice, do you recall?
Yeah.
And as time went by, you recall on August 25 of 2019, getting a text about her being angry with him. I'm sorry, it's 2:58,
What's the date, Mr. Reddington?
August 25, 2019.
Objection. Just the form of the question. There's no statement that.
I'll rephrase the question. I'm going to show you.
See how she stated the grounds for her objection? See how the judge didn't yell at her and smack her down? See how she even started going into a speaking objection, which is speaking objection is when you go past just stating the grounds. So let's just listen to that again because a lot of people don't understand the difference. Hang on.
What's the date, Mr. Reddington?
August 25, 2019.
Objection. Just the form of the question. There's no.
Objection to the form of the question. That's the grounds, right? And then she goes on to say there's no statement that phrases the question. So she's giving a little bit more context around her objection to help the judge, and it speeds things up. Listen, if they had to go to sidebar for every objection, like they do in the Karen Reed case, you wonder why that trial was 10 weeks long. This is not really what you call a speaking objection, because a speaking objection would be when the attorney starts to really make argument and kind of testify a little bit, which judges tend to frown on, but this is helpful. So, and Reddington takes it and he just rolls through it and he goes on. And it's so interesting.
Statement that.
I'll rephrase the question. I'm going to show you your balloons and her balloons. August 25 of 19. Ask if that refreshes your memory as to her state of mind and her confiding in you.
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer it. Does that refresh your recollection as to a text conversation?
And there was a lot of motions in limine for this trial too. They're not allowed to bring up prior bad acts or any bad character evidence about Katie McLean, the witness. But this, he says, look at Reddington, leaning on the witness stand, standing behind the witness, hand on hip. It's in the courtroom right next door to the courtroom 25 where the Karen Reed trial took place. I mean, it's wild to believe this is in the same building, the way the courtroom is run so differently. That would never fly. Look at, he's just hanging out, waiting for him to look at it. He's very performative.
Yes.
I think we better approach your own.
Okay, we'll approach. If you want to stand, by all means.
Reddington grabs his paper and marches over to sidebar. Oops, let's get through this a little bit. Okay, here we go.
Correct? You read this to yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Then listen to my question. She's confiding in you or telling you that she didn't care that she caught him lying about contacting that ex sucks, is what she told me, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Saying whether it's coming in or not, Reddington just read that text message into the record, right? That's interesting, Lottie's mom, but I don't think Eddie would be allowed to, right? He's a Massachusetts attorney too. Lottie's mom says.
The end of August.
I wonder
August
if
25.
Reddington is allowed to do this because he's a Massachusetts attorney.
Of 2019. Do you recall text messages between the two of you where she was running away, going wild and having fun, getting drunk, and you wanted to find out what that meant, and then she sent you a picture of herself in a bathing suit. Any memory of that at all?
Oh, please, just say you remember it and move on.
286.
Now he doesn't remember it. Now he's going to show him the picture of the bathing suit that she sent her in the bathing suit. And then he's like, oh, was Harry there when you sent that? Yeah, I don't know. So he's going on very methodically, basically calling this witness not a bro. There's no bro code. Why is she sending pictures of herself in the short skirt or the bikini? And please just say you remember and get through it. There's hundreds of messages between you two, and you know that you were prepped on them because the prosecution has them too.
Identification.
Thank you.
Would you agree, sir, that at the end of September in 2019, you had met up with her? This would be page 323. And she conveyed to you the fact that she was so effing trashed, she doesn't remember. Well, that's it.
No.
Objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
Well, I can have that right for identification. And obviously, Your Honor, I have a standing objection to the
Okay, marked for ID.
Thank you.
So the rule is that,
for
I think the rule that he's referring to is that he's not supposed to be bringing bad character evidence in about the victim, about Katie, saying, you know, like he's basically calling her a drunk or that she had a drinking problem. And because to get past the hearsay, you can't be offering it for the truth. You can't be offering it to say that this is what she meant, that she really was drunk. He's using it for state of mind and other purposes. And this witness should just really just agree, because these objections are being sustained, but the evidence is still coming in because Reddington is reading the messages in.
Do you recall that when the two of you were together at that time, that she was concerned that she, while drunk, said something to you about cheating? Remember that conversation?
What time?
3:30.
No, what date, Mr. Reddington?
26, 2019.
I'm sorry, 9/26?
Yes, 2019.
What was your question again? I'm sorry.
Okay, you recall that you were with her and she was drunk and told you that she was so effing trashed, and then explained further about asking you whether or not she said anything about cheating while drunk.
I see that text, but I don't know what it refers to.
You see the text, but you don't know what it refers to. Would you agree, sir, that she basically indicated that she was with you? Yes?
No, I don't think she was with me. We were texting.
Okay. She's talking about something that happened like the previous day, that she was so trash she doesn't remember it, and asked you if I said anything about cheating.
Objection as to form.
Okay, overruled. He may answer it.
You remember that? Does that refresh your memory?
No, I don't recall that situation.
Okay. And then you responded to the text about the cheating, I know, and then you indicated, does he know where you were?
I know, but I don't think it was with me.
So your memory is refreshed. You're texting with her about being with her, that she was so trashed, and asks you whether she said anything about cheating, and then indicates that, and you then respond, does he know where you were? Right?
Yeah, but I don't recall this situation.
You remember where you were? You must have a memory of if you guys were in a car or a party or somewhere.
I don't recall.
One second. Sustain. Next question.
Was that the A for identification?
Thank you.
Double A.
Yes.
Do you recall the end of September 29th, 2019, that she called you and asked if you can talk? You said by phone, and she indicated Harry's leaving in 20 minutes. Does that refresh your memory at all, sir?
No, I mean, it's on there. I don't know what it was referred to.
September 29th, sir, of 2019. Do you recall, after she inquired as to whether you could, this is 364, whether you could talk, and you indicated by phone, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. And she then went to describe
That, Helena, I can't unhear that now. The witness's voice sounds like George Clooney completely.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
And then they approach again. So there's a whole lot of objections, a lot of sidebars. This is Court TV, so I got to skip through their commentary. And let's just kind of see where we left off from Friday, so that we can, oh, and that's the end of that. That's the end of that video from Court TV. So now we're going to go to this morning, and we're going to catch up, and we're going to be near real time. This is as court started this morning. Let's just take a look at some of the questions before we move on. Thank you, Christy, for your super sticker. Midnight Mike is here. Says, good morning. Great day for a chocolate cake done with coconut. Am I right? Oh, it's my favorite. You know it. Thank you, Midnight Mike. No Shrinking Violet. Good morning. Did you know or like this prosecutor before he mentioned you? Well, he's the defense attorney, actually. I did not know him. The only thing I knew about him was that he was Jennifer McCabe's attorney. Attorney in the Reed trial. So I imagine that he's watched some of my coverage on that, on the Reed case and on this case, because he did bring me up in oral argument. And my name is on the Chiron on Court TV, that there are certain YouTubers covering this trial, the Turk trial. One of them is named Melanie Little, and she's credible. She's an attorney from New York, and she's not salacious at all. But there are some others out there that are not so good. Tried to get a change of venue out of Norfolk County. It didn't work. And so I did not know him at all. The prosecutor is Lisa Beatty, so I don't think that's who you're talking about. You're talking about Kevin Reddington. What if Brennan gave you cred? Hope you would still point out the gaslighting. Oh, 100%. And I also think that Kevin Reddington is gaslighting, him saying nice things about me. I think I brought that up for no other reason than it must really piss off Jennifer McCabe. Right? Ms. Bouquet, good morning. 11 months feels like an eternity. Oh, thank you so much. I know it, Magnolia Gypsy, you know it. You know it. And thanks to you, Nicola. And thank you, Pin It on Proctor for the 5. Says Allie and Bob are awesome as subs for your K class. Did they do Karen coverage on Friday? I don't know. I was totally off the grid. And I loved every single minute of you. And on top, thank you for the super sticker. And moving on to this morning. Here we go. Well, we may have to modulate the volume, so just let me know, or mods let me know if my volume is too loud. But I think maybe Law and Crime is okay today. Let's check it out.
Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present, the jury is not present, the matter is on for trial.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm told that all the jurors are in. Did you want to address something, Ms.
Yes,
Beatty?
please.
Yes.
I'm objecting to the defendant continuing to cross-examine this witness regarding text messages. This witness testified on direct examination to nothing that was particularly opinionated or descriptive regarding the victim or the defendant. He was the recipient of a text message that started the investigation. The defendant is not challenging that he sent this text message, it appears, to the Commonwealth at this point in time, and has already elicited many text conversations regarding communications of a sexual nature, the defendant wanting an annulment, requesting communications when the defendant is not around. And I would suggest that all of this serves only to disparage the victim and to potentially lead to some sort of a nullification regarding the manslaughter that was raised in the opening. It's cumulative at this point, and I would suggest that this line of questioning should end at this point in time.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting, because your cross-examination is supposed to be limited to what was brought out on direct. Let's see what Reddington's argument is. Jimbo. Hey, Jimbo. I'm new to this dude, so did he do it or no? He confessed. The show notes are excellent. Just click out of the chat for a second, read the description below. I've tried to lay everything out for you if you're new to the case so that you can catch up a little bit. And there's going to be a lot of witnesses in this case that are in the Karen Reed case. Buchanan, Proctor, although they said they're not going to call Proctor, Garino, Tully, Fanning. It's going to be good.
I don't show any surprise over the government's requesting that you shut me down at this point, cross-examining this witness. And my suggestion to the court, and I speak to you as a former trial attorney, you know and you're well familiar with the fact that when you cross-examine a witness, especially a hostile witness, especially a witness that is called for the other side, and you're cross-examining that person, it's almost like, making candy, if you will. There's a time when the candy starts to solidify. You got to pour it into, you know where you're going with your questioning. For them to suggest right now that I'm shut down in front of this jury and sit down like a dunce and just say, okay, I have no further questions, I think is, number one, extremely prejudicial to the defendant. Number two, the government has no idea where I'm going with this. Number three, this guy was up to here with his discussions with McLean as to the settlements. What should I do? He won't settle. Fannin-Steele says, I'll talk to him. Let me talk to him. There are significant discussions back and forth with his state of mind, Fannin-Steele's state of mind, talking about the pandemic. Statements that are made by Dr. Turk as to his fear and concerns about the pandemic, not just can I stay with you? All of these things are all legitimate questions. And I'm towards the end, obviously, of my cross, so I would take a significant objection to being told I can't cross-examine this witness.
So just to be clear, I don't think it's the cross-examination in general, correct?
No, it's this line of questioning. Right. I would suggest that statements of the pandemic are very different than the line of questioning that's been, there may be other objections to that, but and statements regarding reconciliation and Mr. Fannin-Steele mediating between the parties, that's also a different line of questioning.
Okay. So to the extent the cross-examination goes to the victim's state of mind, which we already talked about, that would be permissible. And to the extent it goes to any bias on behalf of this witness, meaning his relationship with Ms. McLean, that's also permissible. However, I think you've already established that he had a close relationship with Ms. McLean. So any further questioning about specific texts with respect to
I caution the court with all due respect not to shut me down on the texts between this witness and Ms. McLean, because it goes to the heart of the cross-examination, and he has a right to confront the witness. I know the
Right, because he's got a smoking gun and he hasn't been able to bring out the smoking gun yet. Does anybody remember what the smoking gun was? Because he mentioned it in his opening. I mean, I thought it was interesting. I don't know that I like it, how he's trying to appeal to the judge. You're a trial lawyer, you know, Your Honor, you know. And you can see that Reddington, the defense attorney, and Lisa Beatty, the ADA, seem to have a good, cordial working relationship with each other, right? It's not personal. They're not attacking each other. They're making their arguments respectfully in open court, and the judge is ruling from the bench like a judge is supposed to do. Wildly refreshing.
government is not happy with the way the witnesses stood up, if you will. But to suggest that I have to now, in front of this jury, have no further questions regarding text, where you know that I am ready to go on that with a fairly short balance to finish off my cross-examination, Your Honor, I would significantly object to being shut down in that regard. I understand your concern. I have a couple of other questions that I'd like to ask this individual, but I ask that the court not close down, if you will, cross-examination.
Again, to be clear, my objection is not to questions regarding text messages. My objection is only to text messages regarding what Mr. Reddington characterized at sidebar was an inappropriate relationship between the victim and himself.
Well, it is an inappropriate relationship, and there's
so I will take it question by question. Your objection is noted. I think you've established with respect to the inappropriate messages back and forth. That's been established.
I understand that. Yep.
Okay. Anything
Right.
else?
Nope.
Thank you.
But
All right.
if this smoking gun pans out the way that he said it was going to in his opening, and it is something that Harry found out about the night of the murder, that may go to Harry's state of mind, right? And may have set him off and made him snap. Because that's all he's trying to do here is to get a lesser charge, because first-degree murder would carry life in prison. He's in his 50s anyway. You know, what's the manslaughter charge? 20, 25? I mean, it doesn't make that much of a difference, but it's still a win, I guess, in the end. So imagine a judge being able to rule from the bench, give legal reasoning for it, and the trial just moves on. It's not like I'm taking this under advisement and we'll see what happens kind of thing.
And who do you have after this witness?
Officer Ellis.
Okay. All right. And before I bring the jurors in, you prepared to go a full day or almost a full day tomorrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And if Wednesday is possible also, we can talk about that tomorrow.
All right. We'll check on Wednesday. We are moving courtrooms tomorrow. So we'll end at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're going in the small courtroom?
We are.
tomorrow?
Okay. All right. I'll step off and bring the jurors in.
Okay. So tomorrow begins Karen Reed jury selection. One of the reasons they wanted to get this trial moved to another county because they didn't want their jury to see the supporters outside and the non-supporters outside. And also, that is also why this judge has cautioned this jury not to only not do any outside research on the Turk case, but also not to do any outside research on the Karen Reed case, because there are a lot of the same law enforcement witnesses that are accused to have been corrupt and covering things up in the Karen Reed case that are going to testify in this case. Hopefully that clears that up for you. I saw some questioning online about that why people were freaking out that it was so wrong of them to instruct this jury not to look into the Karen Reed case, but that's why, because of the witness problem and the prompter problem. And so this trial is going to be moving into the small courtroom tomorrow, which is courtroom 25, while Karen Reed's jury selection goes on in the bigger courtroom. I think the biggest one is on the first floor. So you can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I think that courtroom they're going to do the jury selection for Karen Reed is on the first floor. Fast forwarding. They started a little late today, so it's good that we have this built-in buffer to FF. Katie's daughter also said in the comments that she needed a laugh, so she thanked me for commenting on Harry's hammer haircut from prison. So Sophia, if you're watching, our prayers are with you and your siblings and all the rest of Katie's family as you go through this very, very difficult time trial. You've been dealing with this since 2020 when your mom died, and that's tragic. This has taken 5 years to get to trial. A little over. This entire time, Dr. Harry Turk has been holed up in the Norfolk County jail. God save the Commonwealth. He's enormous. Look how big Harry Turk is. Second floor has the largest courtroom. They do not televise jury selection, Lori. Only the beginning opening statements of like the judge to the jury, and maybe then when the attorneys greet the panel. So tomorrow we'll cover Karen Reed, but it's not going to be a very long court appearance, I don't think at all. We'll cover the beginning and then we'll come back to Turk. So we're not going to miss a thing. Don't worry. I know how to multitask.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable Judge Hallal, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, now sitting in Devon, within and for the County of Norfolk, for the transaction of criminal business. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and this honorable court. This court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record before the court is Commonwealth versus Ingolf Tuerk, 20 CR 138. The parties are present. Our 16 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right, good morning, jurors. Hope you had a nice weekend. Let me just ask, was everybody able to follow the instructions that I gave you on Friday? So anybody who was not able to follow the instructions, please raise your hand. Okay, no hands are being raised. We're going to continue on. We'll take a morning recess today. We're going to break for the day around 1 o'clock. Tomorrow will be more of a full day, so we'll go until about 4 o'clock tomorrow, and then I'll let you know about Wednesday as we get into today. Just to remind you again, we do not have court Thursday or Friday of this week. Okay, thank you. Do you want to recall the witness, Ms. Beatty?
Mr. Mansfield, please.
Notice there are 16 jurors. 12 of them will sit and deliberate. There are 4 alternates in case something happens during the trial where a juror has to drop out or gets discharged. We saw that happen in the Karen Reed case. 2 jurors were discharged, one of whom was a lawyer and is now working for Karen Reed's defense team. And 2 were chosen as alternates. Couple things about this courtroom. Was this the courtroom that they originally were going to try Karen Reed in, and then they said no because the witness box has the jury looking at the back of the witnesses' heads? Because it looks like they've moved the witness box, so that's not an issue anymore. What I don't like about this witness box, if you look here, there's no modesty panel. There was a woman witness the other day, and she had a skirt on, and you could kind of like, and not good. A man did not design that. Let me just put it that way. So I think what they did was change the witness box. So now the witnesses, change the witness box so the jury can now see the witness's face. And if they did do that, and this is the same courtroom, then I don't know why Karen Reed can't have a bigger courtroom. Thank you, Jules. So listening to you read the article on this made me see things in a much different light. Yeah, there was an article in Boston Magazine, and I read that during one of the pre-trial shows that we did on this case. And it was more from Katie's point of view, because we started out doing documents that were written by the defense. And so they were skewed much more toward the defense, and we sort of did it backwards in the pretrial. It was very interesting, right, Jules? Thanks. Kurt is back. Can he be more uncomfortable than he was on Friday?
Yes. All right, good morning, sir. If you could just pull that microphone close to you, if you could just keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, just for the record, you are Kurt Pfannenstiel, the same witness who testified at the time we broke on Friday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Pfannenstiel, you were aware that Ms. McLean and Harry Turk were in a relationship going all the way back to June of 19, right?
Yes.
Did you know them when she moved into his house after dating for about 4 months or so?
I think I met him after that.
Okay. And do you remember when you spoke to the police, for example, Sergeant John Fanning from the Massachusetts State Police, a detective? You spoke with him, right?
Enter Fanning. Enter Fanning. John Fanning has entered the chat.
You may not remember his name, but you spoke to a state detective, state police?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had a chance to review your police reports, right?
I don't think so.
Would you agree with me that it was on May 15th at 2020 around 6 o'clock that you were interviewed initially by the police, being Chief McGowan from Dover Police, as well as Detective Fanning from the State Police?
I think so, yes.
Okay, and that interview took place in your driveway, if you remember?
I think so, yes.
All right. And you knew that they had found Ms. McLean at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew that this was basically a homicide investigation that was being performed, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that obviously the person who was deceased was Ms. McLean, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the police would be looking into various people that could possibly be suspects and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
And one of the things would be if a person was having a relationship with somebody. They may very well.
Hang on, I misspoke. You're right. Pretty insane. She was an alternate. The attorney that has joined the defense team was an alternate. She was not one of the ones who was discharged. That was my mistake. I misspoke. She was one of the two alternates in the end. So she did not deliberate. She was not a deliberating juror. She sat through the whole entire case. 2 female jurors were dismissed. One on June 14th. I know because I was in court that day. The other one 10 minutes before closing arguments. And the second one before closing arguments and carried was the one who allegedly was seen in the American Legion. Coincidentally, they're talking about the American Legion here, but I think they were different locations. Who there may or may not have been tape of her talking about the case. There was no video ever shown to the judge or anybody, and there was no hearing. So yeah, Victoria, her name is Victoria George. She was an alternate juror. Thank you for correcting me because I have not enough coffee yet. Appreciate it.
Well, usually, it's a husband or a boyfriend or something like that, right?
Yes.
So you were concerned about whether or not you would be in the crosshairs of this investigation, right?
Sure.
So as a result of your concern and prior to speaking to the police, you deleted a number of texts, correct?
I guess so, yes.
You guess so. If I suggest to you, sir, that a review, let me back up. When you gave your phone to the police to have the phone done, you knew that they were going to use some device. You can in your phone pull out the text, emails, photographs, things like that.
I guess so, yeah.
Did you tell the police that you
Yeah,
had
Reddington lost the mic, so you're going to have to use the captions for now. They're not always that accurate, but do the best you can.
texts on your phone?
I don't recall.
Well, you did tell them about receiving the text from Harry at 3:30 or whatever in the morning, right? Sure.
Yeah.
He was a devil, we know that, right? Did you tell the police that you had a number of texts going back to June 14th of 2019 that were deleted?
No, they didn't ask me that.
They didn't ask, okay. Now, when you gave your phone to the police, they extracted what they could, which would really be a handful of texts. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustain. Rephrase it, please.
Do you know how many texts the police got out of your phone?
I have no idea.
Did the police ever talk to you about your phone?
No.
Did the police ever ask you one question about whether or not you had any type of a relationship with Ms. McLean?
No.
So, you know that during the course of this litigation that I was able to access her phone and have a phone dump on her phone. If I suggest to you, sir, that there are 5,173 texts that you deleted, would that refresh your memory this morning?
Wow.
Oral, he can answer that. You can answer it, sir.
I don't know how many there were.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't know how many.
But there were a lot, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Where did you delete the text? Were you like sitting in your kitchen or were you out in your backyard? Where'd you delete it?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? In your
Is that more text messages than Jennifer McCabe? Maybe. I'm going to turn my volume down so that you can turn your volume up. See if that, for some reason, they have it sounds like they have turned their volume down. All right. Let's try this. You can turn yours up.
conversations, and when I say conversations at this point with Ms. McLean, sir, would you agree with me that there would be warnings between the two of you, if you will, reference to page 439, and this would be November 7th of 2019 conversation.
Carino
You
is involved.
indicated to Ms. McLean, please be careful. You got any text?
No.
No? Do you recall conversations where she indicated to you, and this would be on page 440, Harry's in his office, I'm in the kitchen, and then you said, we'll talk later.
No.
How about 441, where you indicated to Ms. McLean, November 8th, 2019, erase our conversation? What does that mean?
I have no idea.
Did you ever, to your knowledge, sir, tell her to erase that conversation?
I don't remember saying that.
It's on your text. Why did you tell her to erase that conversation?
I have no idea.
November 17th of 2019, this is representation of representative. You recall, sir, they're texting her and then making reference to texts on the cell. Erase mine, please. Remember that?
No, I don't.
When you were speaking with the police, sir, in the driveway, they were asking you, because obviously you were an important, potentially, witness of their relationship. They meaning Harry Turk and Ms. McLean, right? You were a potential witness to their relationship, right?
I guess so, yes.
You indicated that you had known, and this again would be on June 5th, strike that, May 15th of 2020. Let's call it the driveway conversation, okay? That's May 15th of 2020, right? Okay?
Yeah.
That'd be the day that she was discovered, is that correct?
Yeah, I guess so, yes.
Okay. I mean, that was obviously something that was of monumental importance to you in your life, wasn't it?
I don't know if this is the real James Jackson or not, so I'm deleting this because I have a feeling it's a troll trying to start rumors, and so we're deleting that. Thanks, Sarah.
What?
You can take
I'm
care of
sorry.
it.
That's all right, that they found her body in a pond?
Yeah.
Okay. And you wanted to be helpful and cooperative with the police, right?
Yeah.
And when you were talking to the police, they asked you how long, again, have in mind, this is back in May of 2020, that they asked you how long you had known Harry and Katie, right? Do you remember that?
That they asked me how long I knew him?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a normal question a cop would ask, right?
Sure.
And how long, as of May 2020, had you known them?
I don't recall, like, I don't remember.
If the witness could answer.
Okay. All right. Just ask it again, Mr. Reddington,
Good.
please.
How long, as of May of 2020, did you know Harry and Ms. McLean?
I don't recall when exactly I met him.
Would it refresh your memory, sir, if you told the police that you had known them for about 2 to 3 years? You want me to show it to you?
No, I believe you.
Okay. Do you recall indicating to the police that you had known both Harry and Ms. McLean for 2 to 3 years, and that you stayed friends with them over that period of time, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Tell them that? You told them that you were a closer friend of Katie, right? If you want to see it, let me know.
Yes, she was a friend of mine.
Okay. And that you knew that they got married in Las Vegas in February of 2020, right? You knew that.
Yeah.
And you knew that from her, right? Correct?
Yeah.
The first time that you heard of Katie and Harry having an altercation was when Katie filed a restraining order against Harry. That's what you told the police, right?
What do you mean? Did they tell me that?
Okay. You remember the conversation in the driveway, right?
With the police?
Yes, with the police, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And do you remember indicating that you first heard about Katie and Harry having an altercation this winter when Kate filed a restraining order against Harry? Those are your words to the police.
Okay.
Okay. Okay?
Yeah.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
And when you say you mean basically that you agree that the first time you heard was when Katie filed the restraining order in May of 2020, right?
Objection as to form.
Okay, sustained. Rephrase it, please.
Would you agree with me, sir, that you indicate
Wow, objection as to form. She actually stated the grounds for her objection, and the judge actually ruled from the bench. No sidebar needed. The sigh emoji has found new life in this trial as Reddington gets frustrated with the witness. And what is it with Fanning interviewing people in driveways and parking lots? Didn't he interview Matthew Farwell in a parking lot in a car? I seem to remember that.
that you first heard about Katie and Harry having an altercation was when she filed a restraining order against Harry? Yes or no?
I think so, yes.
Do you remember talking to the police in the driveway?
I don't really remember the conversation.
When you were being prepared for your testimony in this case, sir, anybody ever take a police report with your statement in it and show it to you?
No.
So I'm going to show you Kurt Fannin still, excuse me, right? You, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And this would be when the detectives were making their notes or putting their report together as to their interview with you in the driveway, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And read that to yourself, sir, the bottom line about when you first heard. See if that refreshes your memory.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
Yeah.
When was the first time that you heard about an altercation between Kate McLean and Harry?
I guess it was on that day.
And that day meaning when she filed a restraining order against him.
I guess so, yes.
And that would be in May of 2020, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, February of 2020. Right?
Yes.
You guess. But you knew when he was thrown out of the house, right?
Yes.
Now you knew that they had been in a relationship, obviously we've established that, for 2 to 3 years, you knew that, right?
Yes.
And you knew when they got married, right?
Yeah.
And you knew they were married for about 4 to 5 months, and then she got the restraining order, correct?
I guess so, yes.
That's when he was ordered out of the house, his house, right?
Okay.
She stayed in his house with the 3 kids, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that, correct?
Yeah.
Because you were over there on occasion, right?
Yeah.
And how many times have you gone over?
I have no idea how many times.
Was it to talk about Reiki?
I was there for Reiki, yes.
Was it to talk about Reiki? How many times did you go over to the house? Did you go over to the house when Harry had moved out? He's trying to show a relationship between Katie and this witness, Kurt, for the purpose of showing bias on behalf of this witness. Remember, this witness didn't really, I don't know what else his testimony is going to be used for, because the basis of the direct examination was basically, did you get a text from Harry that morning where Harry said something like, I'm sorry, bro, I'm sorry, dude, or whatever. She fooled us all. She's the devil. I'm sorry. Apologizing for the murder. Reddington's job here is to try and show that he's biased. I'm not really sure I don't really remember what else the witness, what else they used him for on direct. Not much more than that. So he's getting a lot more in during cross than maybe he should. But he's trying to show bias on the part of this witness because of the relationship that he and Katie may or may not have had. But the text messages tell a story for sure.
You had Reiki with her in the house?
Reiki.
Yeah,
How many times did you do that?
once.
Objection, asked and answered.
Okay, overruled. That may stand.
So during this period of time, that when I say this period of time, I mean that he is out of the house. Fair to say that you continue to ramp up, if you will, the texting with her, right? You texted a lot, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay. Your relationship with Harry, you would agree at least that you were friends. Maybe I think you would say you're not best friends, but you were close friends with Harry, correct?
Friends, yeah.
Well, he thought you were close friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So he sent you the text saying, Kurt, I'm sorry, brother, but she's a vindictive devil. She played us all. I'm really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you, Harry. He sent that to you, right?
Yeah.
You would.
I'm sorry, brother. That's where you got the bro from. You were bros, right? He said, I'm sorry, brother. That tracks.
You just send that randomly to some guy that you knew as an acquaintance, would you?
Objection.
Sustained.
So you then had occasion to speak to the police. How many times did you speak to the police, by the way, if you recall?
I don't recall.
What?
I don't recall.
You were texting her back in February of 2020, like on February 22nd, literally about 2 weeks, 3 weeks after he was out of the house, you were texting her, correct?
I guess so.
Now from February of 20 to March of 20 to April of 20 into the beginning of May of 20, you didn't have many texts with Harry, did you?
I don't recall.
So you recall that on February 22nd of 2020, you were advised by Ms. McLean, this would be page 830, that she had pulled her back and it was sore. Do you remember that, sir?
No.
Do you recall asking, how's your back? And then saying, when she said it's sore, come here, I'll fix it. I can massage you. Do you remember saying that to her? He was out of the house for 3 weeks.
No.
Did you talk to Harry at all in that time frame that you recall on the phone?
I don't recall.
Did you know where he was, sir, other than some nebulous down in Florida? Did you know where he was staying?
No.
You knew it was at the height of the pandemic, or the pandemic that basically the world was shut down, right?
Okay.
You knew you couldn't talk to people. You had to wear masks and you had to social distance. This is before you could even eat dinner behind plexiglass, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Did you talk to Harry at all and find out how he was doing or where he was staying or what?
I don't recall.
But you stayed in touch with Kathleen McLean, didn't you?
Yeah, just as friends.
That's just as friends. No big deal, right? I mean, you would have the respect for a guy's married wife, right? Correct.
Yeah.
You would have respect for a guy's married, I don't know if he said married life or married wife, but apparently this guy was communicating a lot more with Katie than he was with Harry. Didn't even check on him during the panty to make sure he was okay living in that trailer in Florida. This guy just wants to sink into his chair and disappear underneath that witness stand, except there's no modesty panel, so he wouldn't get very far.
Would you?
No.
Objection.
Well, you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me. Can I see the side button?
Yes.
I just want to go back so I can hear what he said because he moves away from the mic and it's impossible.
You asked to see her boobs, would you?
No.
Objection.
Well, you did.
Objection.
You asked to see her boobs, would you? Correct.
Yeah.
You wouldn't ask to see her boobs, would you?
No.
Objection.
Well, you did.
Objection.
You wouldn't ask to see her boobs, would you?
Yes.
Objection. You wouldn't ask to see her boobs. This was the smoking gun. This was the photo that is supposed to be the smoking gun. They're going to go to sidebar. We'll see. But you did. You wouldn't ask to see her boobs, would you? No, but you did. No. I don't know. I think he didn't even get his answer in. Hold on.
You wouldn't ask to see her boobs, would you?
No.
Objection.
Well, you did.
Objection.
Sustained.
But you did. There was an objection. It was sustained. They're going to sidebar.
Yes.
This is what he really, really wanted to get in. I'm glad he said boobs instead of some other word. You know?
889. Excuse me. Again, sir, your phone is the 4714, correct?
Yes.
Her phone is the 9407, correct?
Yes.
And this is page 889. You see that text from you to Ms. McLean, sir? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. And when was that?
On 3/2/20.
March 2nd of 2020. What did you say to her?
I want to see your boobs.
I want to see your boobs. Did she show you her boobs?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Give me that, please.
Oh boy, come on. You don't recall? There's a picture. I'm just going to take that back again for effect because this man, if nobody learns anything from this trial, learn one thing. Stop texting. Just stop. Stop texting with people. You never know when you could be in a situation where your text messages like this are going to be read to a worldwide audience. I want to see your boobs.
To her.
March 2nd, 2020.
I want to see your boobs.
I want to see your boobs. Did she show you her boobs?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Give me that, please.
Reddington laughs. You don't recall?
In the same conversation, sir, do you recall that the two of you were talking about the pandemic and her state of mind? And it was that she had it on a reliable source that they're going to implement shelter in place and that they had the National Guard called in. Do you recall her saying that to you?
No.
Do you recall discussing the pandemic with her? Do you
No.
recall discussing friends that you knew that had died from the pandemic with her?
No.
Recall her discussing with you friends that had died, relatives in the pandemic, sir?
I don't really recall who.
And you were living in your house at this time, right?
Yeah.
You were safe in your house, weren't you?
Yeah.
And she was living in Harry's house, right?
I guess so.
You want to mark those for ID, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, you were.
Even better, Ghost. Just don't be a bad human being. How about that? I don't think he's married, but I think he has a long-term girlfriend for like 13 years or
Do you
something.
recall asking her to put on her best sexy outfit, telling her she's bad and naughty?
Objection.
Sustained.
No.
Did you ever recall, sir, that you went over to, this would be on page 1307. Do you recall, now this is April 10th of 2020. You knew in April of 2020 that Harry and his wife were in the process of trying to negotiate a settlement, right?
I don't recall that.
Well, you recall, you knew, let's do it like this. You knew that they were separated, correct?
I guess so.
You knew he was living out of state in Florida, correct?
Yeah.
Because he had talked to him. You know he was living in a trailer, right?
For the love of the traveling Mary Reddington, really? Are you going to
Yeah,
make
I
me
get-
repeat your questions? Hang on. This was April 2020. They were trying to negotiate a settlement. We heard earlier that Katie wanted Harry to add her to the deed to the house because she told them that she was going to reconcile with him, or they were trying to reconcile. Hang on.
Process of trying to negotiate a settlement, right?
I don't recall that.
Well, you recall, you knew, let's do it like this. You knew that they were separated, correct?
I guess so.
You knew he was living out of state in Florida, correct?
You knew he was living out of state in Florida. You knew he was living out of state in Florida, correct?
You knew that they were separated, correct?
I guess so.
You knew he was living out of state in Florida, correct?
Yeah.
Because you had talked to him. You know he was living in a trailer, right?
Can you guys hear that? He said, you knew he was living in a trailer, right? I don't know if he looks shorter or if the mic is just in a different position and so it's making him look like a little tiny person sitting in that chair.
Okay. Yeah, I guess. What?
What is that you just said there, Greg? What is that?
I guess so, yeah.
All right, he's living in a trailer and he would talk to you very seldomly, but you know what he was saying, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Recall him sending you a text that you would forward it to Katie Hallal because he had said to you that he was in dire fear of dying in the pandemic and that it's not good, Kurt? Remember that one?
He was in dire fear of dying in the pandemic. Do you remember that, Kurt? If you guys can't hear it, I will repeat the questions.
I don't really remember, but yeah.
But yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, and that he was in dire fear of dying from the pandemic and that he told you was not good and that he was not well and asked if he could stay with you, right?
He did ask me that.
He was in dire fear of dying from the pandemic and he asked if he could stay with you. Right?
You said, I'll get back to you on that. Let's have dinner.
And he said, and you said to him, I'll get back to you. Okay.
I guess so, yeah.
You recall that April 10th of 2020, she sent you a text that he said, I got an email, he's not negotiating us staying here. He's not negotiating. Remember that?
No.
And when she said to you, us staying here.
Katie sent Kurt a text in April of 2020 saying he's not negotiating. He's not going to let us stay here, meaning her and her kids. He wanted to get them out of the house. That's what he's trying to show.
That would mean her and 3 kids staying in his house, right?
I guess so.
And he's not negotiating, and she was upset about that, right?
I guess so.
And you then responded, come on. Remember that?
No.
And he's not negotiating and we're going to have to leave the house. And then Reddington says, Kurt said, come on. Do you remember that? And he said, no.
And then she said, so I got to move forward. Remember that?
No.
And then you said, with what? She said, everything.
So she said, I got to move forward. And then he said, with what? And she said, with everything.
He said, if he's not negotiating, then this leaves me no choice. And then you went on and said, this key, he's crazy to keep going. He told her, right? He told her.
I guess so.
And then she said, he'll be broke from lawyers. Right? Did you recall anything about those conversations, sir?
No, I don't.
Recall her ever reaching out to you for.
I think she said, I'll be broke, or he said, I'll be broke. I want to hear that again. It's hard for even me to hear with earbuds in.
She said everything. She said, if he's not negotiating, then this leaves me no choice. And then you went on and said, this key, he's crazy to keep going. He told her, right? He told her.
I guess so.
And then she said, he'll be broke from lawyers.
He'll be broke? She said he'll be broke from lawyers or something like that.
Recall anything about those conversations, sir?
No, I don't.
Recall her ever reaching out to you for advice or assistance with her negotiations?
No, I don't really recall that.
Double I for identification.
As it relates to her state of mind, sir, on April 21st, when things were really heightening with the pandemic, do you recall, this would be page 1465, that she told you 2 friends' parents died yesterday?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does that at least refresh your memory as to further conversations?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, okay, record for ID, please. And then on April 23rd, sir, page 1493, is when you indicated you sent her a text in the morning, I'm still in bed, help me. And then she told you that she was talking to people on the phone. Do you recall that, telling her you were in bed?
Form.
Sustained. Rephrase it, please.
Do you recall around April, the end of April, you were texting her and started off the morning by saying, I'm still in bed. Do you remember that?
No.
Do you recall texting her and her indicating, run that thing? I'm on the phone, and she was on the phone with a number of people, and you kept asking her when she was going to be able to fix that text.
Objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
Do you recall during the course of that conversation that you don't recall, that she said, you are so naughty, you're a bad, bad boy? Do you remember that, sir?
Sustained.
No.
Do you recall indicating, sir, that I'll talk to him because she was complaining that he still would not settle the case? Do you remember that, sir?
No.
You don't recall saying you'll talk to him?
Huh?
You don't recall saying I'll talk to him, meaning Harry?
Huh?
I might have. I don't.
Right, you might have. And when you say to her, because she was complaining that he wouldn't settle, and you said, I'll talk to him. What was that about? What were you going to say to him? Were you going to advise him?
I don't remember.
What?
I don't remember.
Trying to show that they were good friends if he felt like he could talk to him.
Did you ever talk to him about settling the case, the probate case?
I don't recall.
April 23rd? No, you don't remember?
I think Court TV cut it off, but I do think that on
Do you recall-
Friday, they ended off with him saying something like, I'm horny. If anybody watched it, do you remember that part? I think that's kind of where they closed it on Friday, but when we just watched the recap on Court TV, they didn't say that.
Call, sir. That she actually shared with you in detail the negotiations that she had with Harry about getting the house or getting on the deed of the house, about him giving her money on a post-nup agreement. She talked to you about that. Do you remember that?
No, I don't remember that. I don't think she did.
Okay. Do you remember her saying, Harry's not getting the things I was saying during a joint meeting that they had of lawyers and Kate McLean and Harry? I think Harry didn't get the things I'm saying because they kept muting me. This is back when you had to do things by Zoom. Remember her saying that to you?
No, I don't.
And that she said this has to be wrapped up no later than May 1st, him home because of the virus? Do you remember anything like that?
No, this is like 5 years ago. I don't remember.
Yeah. Do you remember saying, okay, I'll talk to him? And that would be this page 1513. I'll talk to him. Again, what are you going to talk to him about?
I don't recall.
Were you going to call him up as a guy that's kind of not a good friend, just an acquaintance, and give him advice on what he should do about the house, and settling it and giving her the house?
That's not my choice.
Sustained. Rephrase it, please.
Do you remember her saying, as long as he agrees to the post-nup, we're okay?
I don't remember that.
And then you said, I'll call you. So you have basically, you have no memories apparently at all of assisting her in the sense of talking to him about settling the probate case, the divorce between the two of them, right? Is that right?
Right.
That's right, Jody. Kurt doesn't answer. Reddington will answer for him.
Do you recall 1596, where she was complaining that he was complaining about being in Florida, and she said to you, well, he's not trying to take care of 3 kids and a dog, and you're like, right, I agree. And then she said, he has tons of money. Do you remember that, sir?
I don't really remember it, but if it says that.
What?
I don't remember it, but if it says that.
Right, and then you say, yup. And that she then said, his state of mind, he's saying he can't stay at a hotel. He's afraid of COVID. And this is back in May 5 of 2020. She's sharing with you, confiding in you, her conversations with her husband that was saying he couldn't stay in a hotel because he's afraid of COVID. May 5, 20. Remember that?
I guess he was, yeah.
Yeah, I guess he was, because he'd already texted you a couple of times about his death fear about that, right?
Yeah.
There you go. I mean, he's getting all this in. And I like how he qualifies it by saying, and with regard to his state of mind. So they're showing Harry's state of mind, not offering these texts for the truth of the matter asserted, but showing his state of mind. Harry is going to testify, so we're going to get to hear from him directly. But apparently Harry was deathly afraid of dying of the pandemic or of the C-19. And he couldn't stay in a hotel. This was back in, I think this is May of 2020, which was when Katie was killed.
And you said, I agree, is what you said, sir. Right?
Yeah.
Do you recall responding, tell him to suck it up?
No.
Most uncomfortable witness ever.
On May 6th, do you recall sending her a text saying, I'll meet you in the garage in 5? Do you recall that, sir?
No.
Is that one of the days that you recall
what?
going to the garage?
I don't know why I would have gone to the garage.
Okay. Do you remember telling her on May 6th at 6:41 p.m.? Again, 4714 is your phone, 9407 is her phone, right?
Yeah.
And showing you this, sir. Text. Tell her I'll meet you in the garage.
I guess.
You guess. And then you said in 5. Tell her that?
Yeah.
Objection as to procedure at this point.
Procedure?
Okay, so ask him if it refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, that you
Hold on.
told her that?
Objection as to procedure. He looks like he's never heard procedure. I think she meant foundation, but Reddington's pretty skilled at this. He's not letting her get away with that. Objection. Procedure. Well, listen. Look at his style. He's looking right at the jury as he's pointing to the documents, standing very, very closely to the witness, almost on top of him. It's a choice.
I guess.
You guess. And then you said in 5. Tell her that?
Yeah.
Objection as to procedure at this point.
Procedure?
Okay, so ask him if it refreshes his recollection.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, that you told her that you'd meet her in the garage in 5?
I guess so.
Okay. And then when she responded, I'm just too good to you. Do you recall that, sir?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Okay. And have in mind that this would be on May 6th, 2020, at, make sure I read that right, 6:42 in the evening, right?
Yeah.
6:45, okay? You met her in the garage, didn't you?
Yeah.
And what did you do in the garage?
Uh-oh.
I think she gave me food for some reason.
She gave you food.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it was like, wasn't that around the holiday?
He's going to have a field
I
day.
didn't have family around, and
What holiday? This is May 6th.
What holiday? This is May
she had like
6th.
friends over or whatever, had extra food, and I don't remember.
So without having at least any text conversation, you knew that she had food, so you said, I'll come to the garage and see you in 5?
No, I don't really recall the whole thing. I don't.
So May 6th, 2020 at 7:09, which is about 20 minutes later, she texted you, you were so nervous. It was cute. My mind was racing. And you responded, me too. Remember that, sir?
Yeah,
Okay, why was your mind racing and why were you nervous?
because I didn't want to be at that house.
Sustained. Wait for the
Oh, Kurt.
objection, sir. Go ahead. Next.
Kurt. She gave you food. Is that what they're calling it now? Just me says texting is self-snitching. Yes, 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 it is. May 6th was Mother's Day, says Suze. I don't know. I don't know. Why was your mind racing and why were you nervous? Take your medicine, dude. You're going to make yourself look worse. Let's hear that again.
Dude, my mind was racing. And you responded, me too. Remember that, sir?
Yeah,
Okay, why was your mind racing and why were you nervous?
because I didn't want to be at that house.
Sustained. Wait for the
It was sustained.
objection, sir. Go ahead. Next question.
Do you recall her indicating, I'm going to come?
No,
Okay, overrule. Next question.
I'm going to come to the garage and give you food.
Well,
Cinco de Mayo, somebody said food, maybe. May 6th, 2020, maybe. Do they celebrate Cinco de Mayo? Was it Taco Tuesday, Tequila Friday?
would you agree, sir, that you were in love with Kate McLean?
was I what?
That you were in love or had feelings for Kate McLean?
Just as friends.
Just as friends. Do you recall, and this would be on May 7th, page 1639, texting her, I think you and I are feeling the same. And then you texted again, hello, and then you texted again. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Just friends.
So when you said, I think you and I are feeling the same after all this time, you were just friends?
I don't know why, but just friends.
Oh boy, does anybody believe that? Does anybody believe that? I know he had a long-term girlfriend named Donna. I don't know if he's still with Donna, but Donna girl, I'm not buying what this guy's selling. Are you? I mean, maybe he's afraid because he's back with Donna or he has
And
another
finally,
girlfriend.
sir, around page 1646, and she's providing you information as to her state of mind about her husband's condition during the pandemic, and I think she's objecting.
I think she's
Ask the question.
She's standing up.
She indicated to you that she was upset. You said, why? What happened? She indicated to you he's hurt and he needs my help. And then she said he's hurt. He looks bad. And you asked, how was your visit with him? She said, he looks bad, Kurt, very bad. He's on tons of medication, high blood pressure. You said, sad. Yeah, it's more his spirit. It's collapsed. He's different.
No, overruled.
This is all about Harry's state of mind.
Did she share that with you, sir?
I guess she did.
He's trying to
you share?
show that Katie knew that he had collapsed, that he was in fear of the pandemic, that he was going through all of this emotional turmoil and all of these perhaps psychological issues. And I think they're going to try and show through the testimony of the defendant himself that she knew that he was under all of this stress. He was acting differently. His spirit had collapsed. And yet she pushed his buttons. He snapped and it was a heat of passion killing. That's where I think this is going, but I'm not sure. But they're laying the groundwork for that. That's what I'm picking up, what he's laying down here.
Of course, you don't want someone to, be hurting or anything.
And then you asked her, how was he towards you? And then she responded, so gentle and loving, kept tearing up, saying, I love you so much, Katie. I never was made love by him like that last night. And you said, that's good.
Oh,
Recall her
dude.
sharing that with you.
Dude, he didn't mean that's good. He was
If you say so, there.
What?
If you read it, yeah.
right. He doesn't want to be the reason that Harry killed Katie. But this is serving to show what she knew about his state of mind. Oh, my freeze game is on point already. Look at this. Oh, Kurt. This is today, Kat. If you're behind, that was Friday. We are currently, if you're in real time, this is today.
Your Honor, based on the foundation and the fact clearly that this witness has adopted these texts and has indicated they are from his phone to her phone, rather than just read them or offer them to evidence now, as a substantive exhibit.
Objection.
Okay, the objection sustained.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, he's offering these into evidence now because he said this witness has authenticated them. He is showing that they are texts between him and Katie, that they are authentic, that they're real. I'm going to offer this into evidence. There was an objection. Now they're sidebar. What a difference one courtroom makes in Norfolk Superior Court. It's crazy, isn't it? Imagine if Karen Reed had a judge such as Mark Hallal, how different that first trial would have been.
No further questions.
I guess his objection was, I guess those texts are not coming in, but he's got no further questions. And now see if she can rehabilitate him on redirect. I don't have high hopes. I think she should just not ask him any questions. Just let the jury put some distance between his testimony and the end of the case so the jury can kind of forget. Is she going to redirect? On top says, don't beat him after midnight, Donna. Thank you, Jody Arrington, for the Twins College Fund. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And Monge says, late to the party as usual. Why was this guy on the witness list? He doesn't seem to be any help because he's the one who received that message, a text message from Harry after he killed Katie.
Good morning, Mr. Van and Steele. So
Thank you.
you were asked some questions about whether you recall assisting Ms. McLean and Dr. Turk in reconciling. Do you remember having conversations with them separately when they were separated about them reconciling?
Not really. I don't really remember, but
If either of them asked you to assist with that, would it make sense to you that that's something that you would do?
yeah, I might have, yeah.
Okay. And during, you asked some questions about May of 2020. During that time period, do you recall that it was during the COVID pandemic?
Yes.
And you met with the police in the driveway, and I think you said on direct that that was in part due to the pandemic?
Yes.
Okay. Normally, would you have invited the police into your home?
Sure.
Okay. And I think you were asked about May 15th, meeting with the police in your driveway, and Mr. Reddington said that Katie was deceased at that point in time and had been found. Do you remember what day it was that Katie was found?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not 100%.
All right. Do you know whether
You know
or
what? If
not
he was
Katie
in
was
love with Katie and he had this relationship with Katie going right up until the time, because I think the date of her death was, I don't know, May 15th, I think. I don't want to get the date wrong, but this was right before this happened. And yeah, May 14th and May 15th. Imagine the trauma that he felt if he was in love with Katie. That's a whole new twist on this that I had not been even thinking about because I didn't know it was going to come out that he was potentially in love with Katie, although he says just as friends, even though he said to her days before her untimely demise, "Are you feeling what I'm feeling? Think you're feeling the same?" Something happened in the garage, maybe. So this must be also very painful for him if he did have feelings for Katie or was in love with Katie. Sad. All around.
Missing, or whether or not she had been found at the pond on the time that you met with them?
I don't think she was found when I met with him.
I'm sorry, can you say that last part?
I don't think she was found when I met with him.
So the first time you met with the police, she was just missing?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And the police asked to see your cell phone?
Yeah,
Okay. And did you understand why they wanted to see your cell phone?
yeah, from the text message that Harry sent me.
Okay. And you agreed to provide them with your cell phone, right?
Yes.
All right. And why do you think that you deleted text messages with Katie? What makes you believe that you did that?
I don't know.
Do you know if you did that?
I don't know when I did it.
Okay, but Mr. Reddington asked you a question about deleting text messages. Do you know that you deleted text
He
messages?
just said he did because he said I don't remember when I did, so he knows he
I'm
did.
not sure if I did or I did later on, I think, because I did.
Because I'm
I
sure it
don't
was a
know.
painful memory.
Later on, meaning after you met with the police?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that?
I think so, yeah.
Remember?
All right, but what we're talking about is before May 15th, before you handed your phone to the police. Had you deleted text messages at that time? Do you know?
I don't recall when I.
You don't know. Okay.
Right, exactly, Stephanie. This is not the lifeline to try and throw this guy. I think a jury's going to understand why he deleted them. And he's not on trial here. He's a witness who may have been in love with Katie. Oh, that witness box came out of a dump. It's got no modesty panel. At least the jury's not looking at the back of his head. So they got that going for him.
All right, may I approach, Your Honor?
The witness?
Yes.
Yes.
The witness? What do you mean? Mr. Reddington was hanging all over him with his hand on his shoulder practically. We're looking over his shoulder as he read the text messages. Of course you can approach the witness. This judge doesn't have very strict rules. Just try your case.
And about speaking with,
Oops. I don't know, Jacqueline. I'm not
and
willing
do you
to
recall speaking
put all men
with
in the same basket.
Dr. Turk in April about reconciliation over text?
I might have, but I don't remember exactly.
May I approach?
You may.
I don't know that there's anything that she can do here to try and rehabilitate this. I think she really should just let this go.
Yourself, starting on
My
page
opinion.
19 and going to page 28.
Not a honeypot thinks he was in love with her because he got noticeably redder when Reddington read the text about her husband being so gentle and loving. Yeah, he didn't want to hear about their sex life, that's for sure. Sometimes as an attorney, you just got to take your lumps and leave it alone because anything you're going to do now is not going to really be effective. I don't think. Oh, what do I mean when I say rehabilitate this? Sort of like turn this around and make him look better. Rehabilitate is a way of making the witness look better if they've just been destroyed on cross. Great question, Lori. Thanks for asking. We're a little behind, so we'll fast forward while he's reviewing all of these texts. There are thousands of pages of text messages between the two.
And does that refresh your memory about whether or not the defendant asked you to help communicate with Katie regarding reconciliation?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that you did do that?
Yeah.
You said at some point you met Katie in her driveway or garage and she gave you some food. Would it make sense to you that that was cake?
Yeah, maybe. I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
She fed you the answer. 'Cause
And
you probably told her
then
one time it was cake.
you were asked some questions about asking to see parts of Katie's body. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did Katie agree to do that?
I don't remember.
Okay, may I approach?
You may.
Oh, come, there's nothing that you can do with this. Are you going to now say that Katie didn't send him a picture of her boobs? Because a modesty panel, sassy Southern gal, would be something, you know, like an enclosure on the front of that witness stand so that you can't see the witness's legs and feet.
Can you read the whole
It's
conversation?
hollow. It's open. Thanks for asking. I mean, the prosecutor did not want the photograph in, so it hasn't come in, but now she's going to open the door to the photograph? Why? This is not smart. I don't know. Norfolk County DA's office, do better. Do better. Justice for Katie McLean. Much respect to Donna also. Yes, Donna, the girlfriend. Cake by the ocean, says Trisha. It was cake in the garage.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
Did she agree?
No.
If there's a picture, he just
And
she
you
just
were
opened the
asked
door.
some questions about a conversation about massaging her back. Do you recall those questions?
Just let it be what
No.
it is. Don't let him
Do
explain
you,
it.
do you recall the questions that Mr. Reddington asked
Oh,
you?
yes.
Okay. And did Katie allow you to massage her back?
No.
And what did she say about why not? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
May I approach?
You may.
Show you 4 pages, 830 to.
It kind of doesn't matter, you know, it's just the fact that they were having this banter back and forth that looks inappropriate. It kind of doesn't matter if she gave him a massage or not, right? In the grand scheme of things. Every minute that goes by is painful. Let's see if we can catch up a little bit.
Refresh your memory?
Okay, let's see.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
What did she say about why not?
Oh, he looks so uncomfortable if you're just listening and you're not watching. Oh, and he just slammed the papers because they almost fell off the desk, and now he's going to go back and look again. Is it going to be something painful, like because she was really in love with Harry, and that is it going to make him feel bad because
Because it's something about cheating.
She said that it would be cheating.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you were asked about a conversation where in June of 2019, where Katie said it was like a soap opera and that she'd been engaged in consensual sexual relationships with her husband, and then she said it was a soap opera. Do you remember those questions yesterday or Friday?
Yeah, kind of.
And do you recall what that conversation was about other than that topic?
No.
May I approach?
You may.
I think we've all learned that. Maybe just
77. Can you read those to yourself, please?
once Kevin Reddington has decimated your witness, I don't think there's any coming back from it. You just need to move on. Take your medicine. Like she said, she didn't want him to give her a massage because it would be cheating. But I can't wait. Reddington's going to get to recross, and I think some doors have been opened. So if you guys are ahead, please no spoilers, because I'm very, very curious about what's going to happen
Yeah.
next.
Does that refresh your memory about what that conversation was about?
Yeah.
What was it?
About a safe place for her kids so they could finish up school, their IEP.
That was what she was concerned about?
Yeah.
And why was she concerned about that?
Because her son had special needs, I think. He had IEP.
How did that relate to the conversation with Harry?
That's why she wanted to stay in the house, was because she wanted the kids to stay in the school district. Yeah, we know they're only going until 1 p.m. today. Thanks. Yeah, if you're ahead, they're on break. Okay, cool. That's why I'm glad we're behind, because we can fast forward a little bit. So we're going, this trial is going till 1 today, and then we're going to start covering Karen Reed at 3.
Tell him not to keep. Tell him not to keep telling you to leave. And she said, I have.
Okay.
And she said, I say that's crossing the line. I have no security, but it's more about the IEP and schools. I was available to get Sam into Landmark. Now he goes Monday.
All right. Did you talk with Katie about her concerns about not having somewhere to live?
I'm sorry, say again?
Did you talk with Katie about her concerns about not having somewhere to live?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay. Do you recall speaking with her about her concerns about the children in the Dover schools?
Yes.
All right.
You're welcome, young black economist. It's my pleasure to share your day with you. Yeah, see that? Emma's like, I'm not judging him anymore. I think he's done enough and been through enough. The
No
only
further
reason Katie's
questions,
gone
Your
is because of Turk. Yeah.
So you knew all about her concerns about her son because he had some special needs, and her concerns about having him stay in the town of Dover for their school, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that she wanted to stay in Harry's house with her 3 kids because she liked the school system, right?
Yes.
Yes. And while she was living with Harry, you knew from your conversations with her that went back almost a year, that in fact he was the one that would go to take the kid to the school for the IEP interviews. You knew that from her?
Okay, overall, he can answer it.
He opened the door. I mean, they opened the door on that, the IEP. Now he's going to show what a great guy Harry was.
You're
What a
on
great
answer, sir.
stepdad.
Okay.
Or try anyway.
Did I know that he was willing to bring him?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Jumped right back up.
And as far as the district attorney asking you a question about, apparently she had nowhere to stay other than Harry's house, you knew that her family had a place in Belmont. You knew that was empty, right?
Oh, you know who
I think
else
that
lives
rings
in
a bell.
Belmont?
Rings a bell?
Yeah, I think that sounds familiar.
Sounds familiar. Okay. That's all I got.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't get to the picture. Oh my God, he has never. I mean, this is what you want to talk about, the walk of shame. This is the walk of shame. Like, I would hate to be that guy having to go to work tomorrow. Kurt, prayers up, dude. Like, you're not the reason Katie's dead, but I'm sorry you had to read all of your personal messages. That was painful. The whole thing is so sad. Next witness.
Take your time, watch your step, just raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
So we're gonna slide this here under here.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Judge.
Could you do me a favor, just keep your voice up?
Sure.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
It's Joseph Ellis, Josephellis.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a Dedham police officer.
How long have you been employed by the Dedham Police?
A little over 15 years.
And what are your current responsibilities?
Currently, I'm a patrol officer, so basically handling calls for service and enforcing motor vehicle laws, that type of things.
So I'm going to
Dedham
direct your attention to May 15th of 2020. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And at a certain point, were you dispatched to the residence inn?
I was.
What time was that?
I don't remember exactly what time.
Do you remember it being in the morning?
In the morning, yeah.
Okay. If I said 10:45 approximately, would that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. And did you go alone or with anybody else?
I was also with Officer Katie.
Okay. And were you in the same cruiser or in separate cruisers?
Separate cruisers.
And was that a marked cruiser?
Correct.
And how were you dressed that day?
In a full police uniform.
And when you got to the residence inn, who did you speak with?
Someone at the front desk. I don't recall the name.
Somebody who worked for the hotel?
Correct.
Okay. And what was your purpose in going to the residence inn?
It was for a well-being check of a Katie McLean.
And can you explain what a well-being check is?
Generally, like a family member or a friend will call the police to have us get in touch with the person they haven't been able to contact or because they feel there's something out of the norm with them.
And is that something that you do typically?
It's pretty typical, yes.
Okay. And so on this day, what, if anything, did you do?
We went to the residence inn, spoke with the clerk at the front desk, and were directed to a hotel room upstairs.
And did you go upstairs to the hotel room?
Correct.
And then what did you do?
We opened the door.
How did you get the door open?
There was someone, a staff member up there that had a key card that opened the door.
Okay. And before opening the door, did you knock on the door?
Yes, we knocked and announced Dedham Police.
And when you say announced, what do you mean by that?
Kind of loudly, say Dedham Police, just so it could get the attention of the person inside.
Louder than we're speaking right now?
Correct.
And would you knock loudly?
Knock loudly, yes.
Okay. One time or more than one time?
Several times.
All right. And did anyone open the door for you?
Nobody opened the door, no.
Okay. So then what happened?
After getting no response, we proceeded to open the door with the key card.
And what did you see when you looked into the room?
There was a man laying in the bed.
Okay. And can you describe the man?
All right, this could be a little triggering for some. So if you're not aware of what happened when they went into the Residence Inn hotel room, this might be disturbing. Just a blanket trigger. Warning.
He was dressed in jeans and a shirt and wasn't answering to us.
Okay. Did you enter the room?
We did, yes.
And when you entered the room, were you speaking to the man in the bed?
We tried to.
What were you saying?
Ask him if he was okay.
And did you get a response?
No.
Okay. Can you describe his demeanor at that point in time?
Kind of moaning, eyes were pretty much closed, just kind of unresponsive.
Okay. And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of his clothing?
He's over at the defense table there wearing a blue tie and suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification.
Yes.
And so what happened next?
At that point, based on the gentleman's condition, we called for an ambulance.
Okay. And did you do anything while you were waiting for the ambulance?
Kind of just looked around the hotel room to see if we were also looking for Mrs. McLean, but also just kind of seeing what was going on.
Okay. Was Mrs. McLean there?
No.
All right. And was there anyone else in the room?
No.
Okay. So what else did you see at that point in time?
On the nightstand next to the bed, there was a bottle of whiskey or scotch, and there was a small table that had a kitchen knife on it appeared to be some blood on the knife and some bloody tissues.
Okay. Did you touch any of those items?
I did not.
Okay. Was there anything else that you observed at that point in time?
No, nothing.
Okay. And so what, if anything, did you do next?
I think we waited for the ambulance to get there. They started treating him, and I think at some point I called for a detective to respond.
Okay. And by treating him, what do you mean by that?
The EMTs they're kind of checking his body to see if there's any wounds or what may have caused his condition.
Okay. And did you see anything at that point?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Were you able to make any observations while they were checking his body?
He had some kind of superficial cuts on his arms, and they had rolled up his jeans. He had cuts on his jeans. Sorry, on his legs.
Okay. Were you able to see any treatment in particular that they performed?
Not really, no.
Okay. Did they provide any medicine to the defendant?
I believe they gave him Narcan.
Okay. And what is that?
It's kind of reverses the effects of an opioid overdose.
Okay. And is that pretty standard that you would do that, or the ambulance would do that when you find people that are unresponsive?
Yeah, when there's a circumstance, kind of when you're not sure about what's causing a condition, you usually give Narcan just in case.
Okay. And did that have any effect on the defendant?
It did not.
And so what happened with the defendant at that point in time?
I believe he was placed on the stretcher and transported to the hospital.
Okay. Do you know which hospital?
I don't recall. No.
And what, if anything, happened next?
I think we went out to the parking lot because we were told there were two.
You went to the parking lot?
Yes.
And what were you going to do in the parking lot?
We were told that two vehicles were in the lot.
And what were the vehicles that were in the lot?
They said one belonged to Miss McLean and one to Mr. Turk.
Okay. And did you see those vehicles?
I did.
All right. And did you speak with anyone in the parking lot?
I was approached by a male party, yes.
And did the male party identify himself?
Yes, he said Steven Rocka.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything else, did you do?
Steven Rocka is Katie McLean's ex-husband, who is the father of her 3 children.
Spoke with him, and then that was basically it at the hotel.
At the hotel. Okay. And so then where, if anywhere, did you go?
I went back to the police station to start doing my report.
Okay. And after completing your report, what, if anything, did you do?
I responded back to the residence inn because the state police K-9 unit was there to search the area.
Okay.
Wait, hold the phone. Hold the phone. Dedham police officer Joseph Ellis, immediately after speaking to the ex-husband and leaving the scene of the residence inn in Dedham, where they found Harry Turk in the hotel room, unresponsive, immediately went back to the police station to make a report. Are you kidding me? Are you flipping kidding me? Is this how they do things in Dedham? Well done, officer. Well done. That's how it's supposed to be done. And this was all the way back in 2020. Okay? You're going to see, I think, when we see some of the law enforcement get on the stand, like Buchanan, Fanning, Tully, maybe they do know how to do an investigation in some cases, just not for a dead brother in blue, whose name was John O'Keefe.
And what area did the state police K-9 unit search?
So like around the perimeter of the hotel is kind of a fenced area. They did that along that area, the perimeter.
Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do?
At that point, there was nothing at the hotel, so I went back to the police station to make some phone calls.
Okay. And who were you speaking with at the police station?
There was a Kurt and a Vanessa.
Okay. And did you talk with them on the phone or in person?
On the phone.
All right. And is there anything else that you did after speaking with Vanessa and Kurt?
No.
Okay. Do you recall speaking with Medfield Police at any point in time?
Oh, yes, I did. Just because there was a ping on Miss McLean's phone, and it was tracking in that area in Medfield.
Okay, and what's a ping?
So basically, you would call a cell phone provider and get a location of a person's cell phone.
And when are you able to do that? In what circumstances?
Usually just emergency circumstances or missing persons, that type of stuff.
Okay, and so what was the point of calling the Medfield police?
Just because Miss McLean was unable to be located.
And what was happening in Medfield?
Her phone was in that area.
Okay, so it was your understanding that her phone was pinging within the town of Medfield?
Yes.
And so were you asking them to assist you?
Yes, I gave them the location that it was possibly pinging, and they were going to search the area.
Okay, and the ping, does it give you an exact location, or what kind of information do you
It usually gives like a certain area in meters. It could be a big area or a small area, depending.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, I just wanted to point it out. Well, she stopped questioning, but for all of you would-be trial lawyers out there, law students who watch the show, and I know you do, one really annoying habit this ADA has is saying, okay, after the witness answers every question. Okay. It's really annoying. It's something that somebody should tell her to stop doing, because once you hear it, you can't unhear it. And it's hard to listen to anything else she has to say. Just, trying to help you with some trial tips out there. Let's go to cross.
Just 2 questions, actually. Counsel had asked you about the Narcan. What exactly is Narcan? Is that a substance that if somebody's using drugs and they're in an overdose, it helps them?
It usually reverses the effects of an opioid overdose, yes.
It refreshes the effects? What does that mean?
Reverses.
Reverses, I'm
Yes.
sorry, I misunderstood you. And it had no effect on Harry at that point, correct?
Correct.
Which would indicate that there's nothing to do with drugs, extreme alcohol possibly, but not.
Nothing to do with an opioid.
Okay. And as it relates to the vehicles, you indicated something to the jury in response to the district attorney's question about the cars that were in the parking lot, one of which was owned by Miss McLean?
I don't know who it was owned by, but I was told that she operated it.
Right. Okay. So you don't know that both vehicles were in fact owned by Harry and that she was driving them. You didn't know that.
I didn't know which person owned them. No.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
I have questions, because if Harry killed Katie in the house, which we know that is what happened, how did both of their cars get to the residence in Dedham? I have questions about that. I don't know. I'm curious now. And I want to know that too. Did they treat that hotel room as a crime scene? Because Katie's body wasn't there.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Steven Rocka.
Okay, this is the children's father. The children are watching. At least one of the children is watching. Sophia has been in chat and she's been in comments. And this is her dad. Let's be sensitive to that, please and thank you.
So just take your time, just watch your step, please, okay? And maybe you're going to raise your right hand, face it, click over here on the right hand side, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Anybody knows this, if anybody knows Judge Hallal's law clerk's name, the female, I really like her a lot. She's so nice. She has such a great vibe. If anybody knows her name, just stick it in the chat because I'm curious. We have learned that Madam Court Reporter's name is Nancy, so we do know that. We're learning all the details of the interior workings of Norfolk Superior Court. Just thought.
Your Honor, may I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Steven Rocka, ROCCA,
How old are you?
56,
What's your date of birth?
7/16/1968.
Do you work?
Why do we have to put that
Yes.
on the record?
What do you do for work?
Self-employed carpenter.
Why?
How long
Why?
have you
Why
been
did she need to? Why do we need to put that on the record? What do we need his date of birth for? Why do we need him to get up there? He's a witness. He's the father of these children. He needs to give his date of birth on the stand. Why? In what world would that even be appropriate, relevant, or proper? You want his social security number too, so a bunch of people can go open credit cards in his name? I don't like that. Just don't like it. Starting it again, sorry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Steven Rocka, ROCCA,
How old are you?
56,
What's your date of birth?
7/16/1968.
Do you work?
Yes.
What do you do for work?
Self-employed carpenter.
How long have you been doing that?
Pretty much my whole life.
Where do you live?
I live at 385 Newton Street, Waltham, Mass.
We don't do we
Who
need
do you
him to-
live with?
My son, Sam.
Are you currently married?
No.
Have you ever been married?
Yes.
To who?
Kathleen
And what's Kathleen's last name?
McLean.
When did you meet her?
I met her back in high school.
Did you have any children together?
Yes, 3.
What are their names?
Sophia.
And what's Sophia's date of birth?
Sophia's date of birth
You
is
don't need to know. No,
7/16.
stop. I'm not going to allow it. I will not allow this. You are not allowed to put your children's date of birth on the record. Somebody should reprimand her. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, but I'm fast forwarding it. They have 3 children. Their names are Sophia, Grace, and Sam. Okay? I think they said Sam is the son, right?
Turning to the beginning of 2020, where were Katie and your children living?
Tell me the date again, please.
The beginning of 2020.
I believe she was living in Sudbury.
At some point, did that change?
Yes.
Where did she move to?
I believe to Dover.
And who was living with her in Dover?
My 3 children, Harry's 2 children, and Harry.
And you say Harry, who do you mean?
Mr. Turk there?
And you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing that he's
Striped blue
wearing?
tie?
I'm sorry?
A striped blue tie.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect identification?
Yes.
When did you meet the defendant?
Probably 2002, 2020.
Would you communicate with him separately from Katie?
Never.
How often did you see him?
Maybe when I picked the children up. I hardly ever had any contact with him.
Shows inexperience, in my opinion. Young Black economist.
In February of
Agree.
2020, were you aware that the defendant was no longer living in Dover with Katie and your children?
Yes,
How did you know that?
Katie told me.
Where was he living, if you know?
Not sure.
How often were you communicating with Katie at that point?
Daily,
And how would you most often communicate with Katie?
text message,
Would you ever speak with her on the phone as well?
times.
How often did you go to the house after the defendant left?
Once a week. Weekends.
After COVID hit in March of 2020, how often did you communicate with Katie?
Same, daily.
How often would you see the kids once the world shut down for COVID?
I didn't.
How long did you go without seeing your children?
Probably about 3 weeks.
Turning to April 17th of 2020, did Katie discuss the possibility of reconciling with the defendant with you?
Yes,
Did Katie text you an email from the defendant's attorney that you read?
yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, let me just see counsel's sidebar, please.
Oh, look at this judge taking control. We haven't heard a lot from him. He's been relatively quiet. His name is Mark Hallal, Hallal, and we really like him. Norfolk Superior. He doesn't make them come to sidebar for every little thing. Just some
you
of the
go off
things.
All the subs. Do you recall the substance of that email?
Not accurate enough to go off my top of my head, no.
Would seeing a copy of your text message refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That email. Is your memory refreshed?
Yeah.
And what was the substance of that email?
She was saying, he was saying that he wants to get back into the relationship and he's willing to go to.
I'm just going to stop you right there. So when you say he, who do you mean?
Harry.
And what's the date on that email?
So this is like triple level hearsay.
Triple
Is that an
level
objection?
hearsay,
Yes, it is. I apologize.
says
Rephrase,
Reddington.
sustain. Rephrase the question, please.
Okay. And could you just tell me what the date on that email is?
Friday, April 17th, 2020.
And that's an email that Katie sent to you. It's a screenshot, is that correct?
Screenshot, correct.
And after you read that email, did you receive another text message from Katie, or did you have a conversation with her regarding the substance of that email?
I don't remember.
Just to correct the record, Beth, I'm sorry, but this was not the judge in the hearing regarding Karen and Aiden's text. That was a different judge, not Judge Hallal. That was Sisitsky. Just so the record is clear. Thank you.
Do you remember discussing the email with Katie?
Yes.
Do you remember discussing the reconciliation with Katie?
Yes.
And what were her feelings on reconciling with the defendant in April of 2020?
Overall. Answer?
Yes, please.
She wanted to get back together so the children have a stable place to be in.
On May 8th of 2020, did the defendant return from Florida?
Yes.
What was your understanding of why he was coming back?
Sustained in that phone.
Yeah.
How
She-
did he get back from Florida?
He drove.
Did you have any part in that?
Yes, I drove Katie to New York and dropped her off, and she drove back with him.
Who else was in the car when you drove Katie to New York?
My 3 children.
When you dropped Katie off in New York, did you see the defendant?
Yes.
And at that point, is it your understanding that Katie and the defendant continued to drive back to Massachusetts from New York?
Yes.
Where did he stay when he got back, if you know?
Don't know.
Prior to the defendant coming back to Massachusetts on May 8th of 2020, did you have any conversations with Katie regarding where the defendant would stay when he returned to Massachusetts?
Objection. Overruled. She asked me if he could stay at, I have a 2-family apartment. She asked me if he could stay there. I said it was rented and he couldn't.
Were there any other conversations you had about where the defendant could stay once he returned to Massachusetts in May of 2020?
Objection. Overruled. One of her possibilities was staying at her mother's condo in Belmont.
So Katie was actively looking.
That was empty.
That was empty. I'm sorry to interrupt. So Katie was actively looking for places for the defendant to stay.
Yes.
Turning your attention to May 15th of 2020, do you remember that day?
Just say the date again, please.
May 15th of 2020?
Yes, I do.
What happened on that day?
I believe I got a phone call phone call from one of her friends.
Do you remember that friend's name?
No, I don't.
As a result of that phone call, what did you do?
I called her phone several times. I called the children. And then I called that hotel that I received the name from that friend.
When you say that you called her cell phone several times, who do you mean?
Katie's cell phone.
Did you receive any answer?
No answer.
You stated that you contacted your children.
Yes.
Were you able to speak with them?
Yes, I did.
You also stated that you contacted the hotel.
Yes, I did.
Did you speak with somebody at the hotel?
Yes, I did.
After making all of those phone calls, what did you do?
I drove to that hotel.
What happened when you got to the hotel?
I saw an ambulance taking Harry out on a stretcher.
Then what did you do?
I drove to Dover to where my children were.
Did you enter the house?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go in the house?
Went into the kitchen and then up to the kids' rooms.
Who was in the house when you entered the house?
My 3 children.
Where were they located when you first went into the house, if you can remember?
I don't remember where they were. I yelled out to them and they came to me.
You stated that you went up to their bedrooms?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the floor when you were in the house on May 15th of 2020?
Yes, I saw some black dots that were on the floor that looked weird.
Had you seen them before when you had been in the house?
Never.
Ms. Gilman, could you please place Exhibit 195 on the screen?
Ms. Gilman is back. She was also in the Karen Reed trial pulling up exhibits. You may recall her name, Ms. Gilman.
Looking at Exhibit 195, can you please explain to the jurors what those are?
I don't know what they were. They were just black dots that were in a pattern on her wooden floor that was in the same pattern every so many inches or feet or wherever they were.
So when you say the same pattern, do you mean those
2 dots.
2 dots next to each other?
Yeah, then I went a blank space, another 2 dots, a blank space, another 2 dots.
And where did you see these black dots?
Throughout the kitchen floor.
Anywhere else in the home?
If you go into the kitchen floor, their foyer, up to where the stairs were.
Did you see them in the upstairs hallway?
I didn't see them upstairs. I didn't remember seeing them upstairs.
So the first time you saw these black dots was on May 15th of 2020 when you entered the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
And they continued as you were walking up the stairs to your children's bedrooms?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
No idea what those black dots are. Here comes Reddington. I think Reddington was the name of the...
District Attorney asked you a question about...
Wait, the character name in, what was that show starring, was it James Spader? But the CIA guy comes back, he winds up being like working with his daughter. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? I think it was James Spader. Blacklist, thank you. Thank you, Pause in Paris. Yes, thank you. Blacklist, wasn't that his name, Reddington? That's why it sounds familiar? All right, good. The Blacklist, thank you. Thank you. Moving on, here's Cross. Reddington just gets up. There's no greeting. There's no good morning, sir. He just gets up and goes right to it.
So, Rocka, District Attorney asked you a question about Harry living somewhere, and you mentioned something about Belmont, right?
Excuse me?
You mentioned something about her empty place in Belmont.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in fact, sir, you had exchanged text messages with her, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And she told you that Harry was coming back from Florida at the end of the week, back in May of 2020, right?
Yes, she did.
She indicated that he needed a place to quarantine for 2 weeks, right?
Yes, she did.
She indicated that she wanted him to go to her mom's empty place in Belmont, but my family's being hard about it, is what she told you, right?
Don't remember exactly what she said, but she was asking about staying there.
Okay, but her family was being hard about it. You know, she told you that much.
Yes.
Didn't want her to, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And she said, I don't understand why, because the place is empty, right?
Yes.
A couple of times said, I don't understand what the problem is. So when, like a timeline, did you get divorced from Ms. McLean?
I got divorced in 2017.
Okay. And then she was remarried again, correct?
I believe so.
You believe so?
I'd never seen it. Yes.
There's a guy by the name of Chris Foley, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when she married Chris Foley?
No.
Did your 3 children live with her and Chris Foley?
Yes.
And how long were your children living with her and Chris Foley?
I don't know.
Was it more than a year?
Yes.
And then she got divorced from Chris Foley, correct?
Yes.
And she, to your observation, her state of mind was that she didn't get along very well with Chris Foley, correct?
Sustained.
So when was it? Because you told the jury that it was 2020 that you knew that she and her children were living with Harry, right? 2020, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. If I suggest to you, sir, that in fact, it was 2017 that Harry and Miss McLean met online, and it was in March of 2018 that Kathleen and your 3 children moved into Harry's home. March of 2018. 2 years before you telling this jury you knew that he was taking care of them in his house.
Oh, he's got no answer for that?
Their dates, I don't know.
Of course, that's understandable.
Also, let me just point out that just because he says they were divorced in 2017 doesn't mean that it didn't take years for the divorce to become finalized. They could have separated in 2015 or 2014, and the divorce became final in 2017. So anybody who's been through one knows how long it takes to get it actually done. So I don't know if that's what he's referring to, but Reddington's got to tread carefully here that he's not, disparaging the victim. Okay, she was married 3 times, so what? Doesn't mean she was a bad person and deserved to be killed. So he's got to walk a fine line here if he's looking for a lesser included, because a lot of this stuff that he's trying to bring out now may go towards premeditation, right? Depends on which way the jury thinks about it. This is the father of her children. He doesn't need to be snarky. You're right. I agree.
So let me ask it like this. Do you recall that your 3 children, for a chunk of time, from March of 2018 until, let's say, December of 2019, were living in Dover, in Harry's house with Harry?
I don't know the exact dates she moved.
Understandable. And you don't have to know the exact dates. I just want to make sure that it's understood that well prior to 2020, you knew that your children and Ms. McLean were living with her boyfriend, Harry.
Yes.
No. Yes.
Yes.
And you didn't see them during that period of time either, did you?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Can I approach that, Beth?
Sustained in the form.
Form. I'll try another one.
See how the judge handled that right from there? Sustained as to
When
form. Just,
Harry
all that means
had
is
his
rephrase
house
your
that you're-
question. Rephrase your question. You don't need to come to sidebar. Just rephrase it.
Ex-wife was living in with your 3 children for that period of time, 2019 up until 2000, December of 19, when you got married. You had not visited with your children.
Yes, I have.
Sorry?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Yes, I
when
did.
you visit?
I went to their house and picked them up and brought them to my house.
Went to what house?
The house that she was living in Dover.
So you weren't allowed in the house. You had to park out on the street.
I had a park in the street. Yes, sir.
All right, one second. Sustained. Rephrase it, please, and just wait for an objection.
Sorry.
Thank you. Can you ask the question again, Mr.
Sure.
Reddington, please?
You had to park out in the street, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you'd park out in the street to pick up your kids. And would you agree with me, sir, that before the pandemic, shall we say, that you and Ms. McLean were not getting along? Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Would you suggest, sir, that You were angry because Ms. McLean was allowing Chris, she's objecting.
Objection.
All right, ask the question. Don't answer until there's an objection, sir.
Well, you were upset that she was allowing Chris Foley to stay in Harry's house, weren't you, during the pandemic?
Okay, that's sustained.
Okay. So during this period of time, sir, during the pandemic, you would agree with me that you had issues, if you will, with Kathleen McLean, correct?
Objection.
Overall, just a yes or no.
Wait, she let Chris
that right?
Foley
Repeat the question?
live in the house?
Yeah, you had issues
Harry's
with Ms.
house?
McLean during that period of time that your children was living with Harry, right?
No. Can you just
No?
specify that, Mr. Reddington, can you specify the dates, please?
The actual dates,
The
okay?
dates that you're
So-
referring to when you say period of time.
So in December of 19, they get married, right?
Yeah.
You knew they got married.
Yes.
She told you they get married, right?
Yes.
And you didn't like that, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you paying child support?
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
He's answering before
Yes.
he's getting in. He was paying child support. All right, now they're having a sidebar. It's not Law and Order's issue with the volume. It's Reddington walking away from the mic. So we're doing the best we can. If it gets that bad, I repeat the question, so don't worry.
They got married. So you knew after they got married, you knew prior to the time they got married, that your children were living in that house with Ms. McLean and Harry Turk, right?
Yes.
Yes. And you knew that, for example, as counsel has already elicited or brought out, that your son Sam has certain issues that require IEPs in the school and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
A lot of intensive attention, correct?
Yes.
You never went to one meeting in the school at all regarding your son's condition, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, sir, that Harry would go to the meetings for your son?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever take your kid out in the car, your daughter, and teach her how to drive a car?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that you did?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, he's
How
trying
old
to
were-
show that Harry was a better stepfather to these children than Steven Rocka was a father, and it's getting a little heated.
Really at the time.
Sustained, sir.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You don't answer that. Sustained.
Teach her how to
Hold
drive a
on. I just
Objection.
got to play back this like a tennis match. It's like a tennis match. Let's go to the beginning of that, beginning of the peppering of questions here.
that require IEPs in the school and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
A lot of intensive attention, correct?
Yes.
You never went to one meeting in the school at all regarding your son's condition, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know, sir, that Harry would go to the meetings for your son?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever take your kid out in the car, your daughter, and teach her how to drive a car?
Objection.
Sustained.
You know that you did?
Objection.
Sustained.
How old were they at the time?
Sustained, sir.
Objection.
The objection sustained. You don't answer that.
So, the police talk with you, and they, at some point, did they ask you for your phone so they could see if you had text messages with Kathleen McLean?
No, sir.
Did they ever even look at your phone?
No.
Now, you know that in December of 2019, that Harry and Ms. McLean had gotten married, right? Or thereabouts.
Thereabouts, yes.
And they were married for about 4 months, 5 months, right?
I guess so.
And at some point, they got divorced, right? Or they were in the process of trying to get divorced, right?
I guess so.
You guess so. During that period of time, sir, did you have occasion to go, when he's out of the house, you knew he was out of the house at some point, right?
Yes, I did.
You knew that he had, she got a restraining order against him and he had to leave his home in February 2020, right?
Yes.
Now, would you agree with me, sir, that your relationship was strained, using that term? He's objecting.
Objection.
Ask the question. Ask the question. Wait 1 second.
Okay? That your relationship with Harry Turk as the husband of Ms. McLean was strained. Would you agree with that, sir?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Kathleen McLean called the police on you on a number of times.
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to approach the sidebar.
Sustained. So you are to
Kathleen?
disregard.
You're to disregard that. Kathleen McLean called the police on you on a number of occasions. Well, it's out there. The jury heard it. They were told to disregard it. But again, you can't unring the bell. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, whatever metaphor you'd like to use for that. Hugs for Steven Rocka. Says, it's me, V.
30 will go to about 1. All right, thank you.
All right, they go to break. So we have the opportunity to fast forward here. I think they sent the jury out. And they will argue this objection.
King, you all set? Want to wait a minute? Okay. Okay. So the issue is post-2020, post-January of 2020. That's the time period we're talking about?
No, the issue, Your Honor, would be May 4th of 2019, October 29th of 2019, May 5 of 2019, June 14th of 2019, and yeah, so that would be the time frame.
What is the proffer? What are you seeking to elicit from this witness? And he stepped out? Mr.
The
Laughlin?
proffer is the bias. That
1 second. Has he stepped out? Okay, go ahead.
The proffer, Your Honor, is the bias that clearly I'm entitled to explore with this witness as it relates to, for example, May 4th of 2019, the Dover Police Department received a phone call. Kathleen McLean found a threatening letter on the front door of her and Ingolf Tuerk, and they obtained the letter. Kathleen McLean was very scared, and Kathleen McLean indicated that she was concerned for her safety as she had issues in her past where her house was broken into, said that her ex-husband, she had an ex-husband, meaning the cop, asked if this could be him. They both stated no. Kathleen asked if we could fingerprint the document. I explained the surface, said there was any alarms in the video surveillance. They answered that they're going to be getting video surveillance. In May 5 of 2019,
So
Kathleen,
that was one incident.
that's the first incident I just wanted to reference to the court where they were.
Let's go through the incidents one at a time. Ms. McLaughlin?
Your Honor, the May 4th incident that he's talking about specifically in the police report stated, she stated that she had an ex-husband, so I asked if this could be him, and they both stated no, meaning the victim and the defendant. So I don't know how that's relevant, considering they both stated that it could not be. Furthermore, they had the letter fingerprinted, and there were no fingerprints found on it, and he was never considered a suspect in that matter. So I don't believe it's relevant at all.
So why is that relevant, Mr. Reddington?
So my point, Your Honor, is that I'm not looking to suggest that Mr. Rocka is the one that wrote the note or left the note, but I want to show their state of mind that both Kathleen and Harry were obviously of heightened awareness, if you will, and were in fear and were concerned enough that she called the police. That's it on that May, what is that dated, May 4th.
Yeah, but how are you going to get this witness?
There's no indication that she called the police with respect to your client, correct?
No, my client was one of the ones that was a victim.
So why is it relevant?
Because it shows their state of mind, that they were concerned that there was
This
a note
witness isn't the right
that had been
witness
left on
to
their
testify
door.
about that.
How does it have anything to do with this witness? I
So
would ask
that
you
the
explain.
objection to that incident is sustained.
May 5 of 2019. They take a report from a resident on suspicious activity. Resident.
This is, when you say that, you're talking about the Dover police?
I'm looking at the police department. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. Dover Police Department on
the
May
next
5
day.
of 2019. Detective Chason, Chaisson, took a report regarding the fact that Mr. Rocka had sent a text to Kathleen McLean indicating that he, Rocka, knew that Turk has handguns, whatever that has to do with anything. He had a license to carry, license was valid. He had firearms that he had purchased legitimately and were kept in a gun safe under lock and key. They were very concerned over the fact that he, meaning Rocka, would send this text. McLean states that Rocka has many law enforcement connections and a tendency of getting out of serious trouble in the past. She then made reference to the fact that she's been a victim of domestic violence from Mr. Rocka, which I understand has been excluded by you. I can't get into that, and I would not attempt to. That he's been the subject of civil restraining orders in 2011, 2013. I understand that's been excluded. I won't get into that.
But now the world
It appears
knows.
the last order, this is the police report.
Now we know.
Last order
We
expired
know
in
that.
2000.
Hold on. If Reddington's, whole MO here is to influence the worldwide watching audience by getting it out there that Katie McLean may or may not have been the victim of DV by her ex-husband or her first husband, Steven Rocka. Maybe her children didn't know about it, but they do now. I've heard from a lot of Katie's friends who wrote me really, really amazing emails and just what a great person Katie was. And she just wanted to be loved. And she had been in some rocky relationships before. She really thought when she met Harry that this was, the one. Seems like Harry was an abuser too. There's a pattern there. This is very sad. And he knows it's excluded and they can't talk about the possible history of DV between Rocka and Katie. But he wants this to go to state of mind. And this is 2019. Katie was killed in 2020. So it's a year prior. The kids are the real victims here. Thank you, Amy.
2015, Detective Chason asked McLean if she was in fear at this time. At that point, she was not in fear. They advised she could go to Dedham District Court, contact the department at any time she felt in fear. The main concern is how Rocka was basically stalking them and why he was getting access to information that would normally not be subject to public purview.
So this is a text sent by whom?
No, Ms. McLean had reached out to the police because they were concerned. I'm sorry, text sent by Rocka to McLean and Harry regarding his purchase of handguns, that he knew that he had handguns is what it says.
This is a text that Mr. Rocka sent to
Yes,
Katie McLean?
to Kate McLean, and she was concerned about that, yep. I don't know why the guy's sending her a text.
Your Honor, there is no text, first of all, on the police report or any that we have found. It is a phone call that Ms. McLean made to the Dover police.
Could I respectfully interrupt? I apologize to my sister. It says right in the police report, received a text from her ex-husband, Steven Rocka.
But we don't.
I apologize to my sister. They say that in Massachusetts, my sister and my brother, when they're talking about opposing counsel. It's wild. Let's hear that again because we don't get to hear it that often. And when we do, we rewind.
Call that Ms. McLean made to the Dover police.
Could I respectfully interrupt? I apologize to my sister. It says right in the police report, received a text from her ex-husband, Steven Rocka.
But we don't have the text.
I don't care you have the text. It's still a police
Let her
report.
finish, Mr. Reddington.
It is a conversation that Ms. McLean had with the Dover Police Department stating that the defendant had purchased handguns from the Bass Pro Shop and that she had received a text message from the witness, Mr. Rocka, stating he has handguns or asking something about the handguns. And they wanted to know how the witness, Mr. Rocka, would be able to get that information. And that was the concern. I don't think this is relevant. I also think it's opening a door to the defendant owning guns. There was a 209A restraining order that we heard about. Sergeant Wilcox was the one who testified about the restraining order. The Commonwealth did not bring in that the Dover police confiscated multiple guns in February of 2020 and that the defendant no longer had access to guns on May 15th of 2020 when he strangled his wife. So, Your Honor, I think we're getting into a situation where we're going to be eliciting testimony that the defendant had access to handguns in May of 2019. Then they were confiscated in February of
Where's Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard? That's what happened. That's what happened. It's okay, because I stopped it. I was doing something and, as always, swiped myself out. Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard as the best username. I don't know if she's here, but when
I did in February.
Katie got the restraining order against Harry in in February of 2020, that's when his guns were taken away. So let's go back and hopefully we didn't miss a beat. Here we go.
Where we're going to be eliciting testimony that the defendant had access to handguns in May of 2019. Then they were confiscated in February of 2020 when the restraining order was issued, and he never received them back. I'm not sure how Mr. Rocka getting the information about the defendant having handguns is relevant to any of the issues in this case. And I would ask that you not allow that testimony.
So no, my objection.
Okay, the objection.
Had the guns not been confiscated, the murder could have been different, I submit to you.
Is noted. That's the objection is sustained and the objection is noted.
June 14th, 2019, Kathleen McLean called the police in Dover Police Department that she had concerns about Mr. Rocka, that he was acting erratically, that he was basically causing her significant concern, that he was challenging the custody of their children. And she explained that she had sole custody. And then, of course, she gets into his being physically abusive to her, which I understand I can't get into, restraining orders, which I won't get into. While on the phone with her, Rocka called the police department looking to speak to an officer. Rocka indicated that he was upset because he wanted to go see his children. She didn't want him to see the children. He was supposed to stay away. He didn't stay away. Rocka ended up, they saw, 1752, 522, Sergeant Menace was checking the neighborhood, observed the vehicle in the area of the house, registered to John Rocka, whoever that is. He then made contact with the operator, who identified as Steven Rocka. At the same time, Kathleen again called the station to report that Steven was outside her house and that she was obviously concerned. June 14th, 2019, at 5:05, she calls the station, states that Rocka is coming to her house. She obviously was concerned about him coming to the house. The police saw the vehicle there. They pull up behind Rocka, argue with Rocka about he's there to pick up his children. They have this argument. They have a problem in that regard. And then Rocka did not agree with the interpretation and ultimately left the area. Shows his bias.
His bias because he was going to pick up his children? I'm not sure.
It shows his bias because every time the guy moves, Kathleen McLean's calling up the police and lying about the guy or exaggerating about the guy or trying to get orders against him.
Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, this is exactly the type of information that the Commonwealth's motion in limine dealt with. It was all bad acts. There was no time frame on it regarding probate court matters, civil matters, anything having to do with the witness and the alleged victim. And it has no relevance into the matter at issue, which is whether or not the defendant killed his wife.
All right, so.
Okay, this is a proffer. The jury is not present. I saw some questions in the chat about that. I don't know if that's the same McLaughlin as in the Karen retrial. I don't think it is. I think she's got a different physique. There could be more than one McLaughlin in the EDA's office, maybe. And he's not trying to use this for the truth of the matter asserted that Rocka was a bad guy and that she was afraid of him, but that Katie was lying about it. So that's an interesting twist. Doesn't sound like her, Olivia. I agree. See how the judge rules on this one. There are more police reports. They've only been through 3 of them.
It's sustained with respect to any specifics about the calls to the police department, et cetera. If you want to elicit from him that he would sometimes go and pick up his kids and there would be issues in a general sense, you can elicit that, but nothing further than that.
What does that mean? What am I supposed to ask him about? What's a general sense? The fact that she calls the police on him is what's causing, obviously, an inference that he would have an issue with either her or with him. It goes to his bias. But if you're letting me ask him in a general way, I don't know what that means. I have to ask him.
And ask him if there were issues sometimes when he went to pick up his kids and leave it at that. I don't see why the specifics are relevant and why police involvement is relevant. You asked him where would he go pick up his kids for different periods of time? He answered the Dover house. So to the extent you want to generally elicit that there was some issues, you may.
All right, no more objection to your ruling, and I'll ask him that and try to adhere to the court's limitations. I'd like to revisit the issue that I tried to get into evidence that was excluded by Your Honor as it relates to the argument that they had in 2020 where Rocka was upset.
Just said, instead of that was excluded by Your Honor, it said that was excluded by Rihanna. Rihanna has entered the closed captions chat. Hilarious.
In 2020 where Rocka was upset at the fact that Chris Foley, the ex-husband, had been hanging out at Harry's Dover house, and I'm quoting from a text, "I was not yelling at you. The concern in my voice is that it's being taken. I'm yelling. It's not yelling. It's concern. If I find out that Chris is at your house again, I'm going to call Debbie from DSS and explain the situation. You're not putting the children's safety first and having him come to your house and exposing them again. That's why the governor has a stay-at-home shutdown order, and they're not going to order, and they're not going to go to school order, I believe is what it means. And I would have figured you would have got that. I think that, again, goes to the issue of his state of mind and bias as it relates to, and also showing that this guy, Chris Foley, had been in the house as well. Well, Harry's not there.
I don't know what relevance that has to do
Of
with.
course not.
Okay, sustained. That is.
Of course not, he says. Of course not.
Anything else?
Of course not. Chris Foley was her second husband. She had him in the house when Harry wasn't there, trying to make Harry look like the victim and, you know, that he snapped because he found out of all of this stuff. He found out all this stuff that while he wasn't around, while he was living in the trailer in Florida, afraid of dying from the panty or the C-19, that she was having other men stay in the house and he snapped. Of course not. Let's hear that again because that was kind of, it's a style.
And also showing that this guy, Chris Foley, had been in the house as well. Well, Harry's not
I
there.
don't know what relevance that has to do
Of
with.
course not.
Okay, sustained. That is excluded. Anything else at this time?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
And, all right, why don't we take no more than 10 minutes, okay? And we'll go to 1 o'clock today.
Okay, we'll get to catch up now for a bit. And there's the defendant, Dr. Harry Turk. The hammer haircut from prison to jail. Guess they have some kind of baba in the Norfolk County Pokey, which is where he's been sitting for the last 5 years awaiting this trial. I think it's good to start like a half an hour late so we get this buffer room. And if you weren't here in the beginning, we watched some of Kurt Pfannenstiel's cross-examination from Friday, which is he's the most uncomfortable witness I've ever seen on the witness stand. It was brutal.
Sure. Keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Witness is back. I think the jury is back now, too.
As it stands now, Your Honor, then I have no further questions for this witness.
That's it. He's done. No more
Nothing
questions.
further, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Gave it the old college try to get those police reports in. They weren't coming in, so he wasn't allowed to even question about them. But he did get some stuff out in front of the jury about.
Detective Gonsky, please.
Can you say the last name again, please?
Gonsky, Gonski.
Gonsky. He's Gonsky. This ADA's name is Lisa Beatty.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep your voice up, okay?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name?
Deborah Gonsky, DeborahGonski,
And how are you employed?
with the Dedham Police Department,
How long have you been with the Dedham Police Department?
approximately 13 and a half years.
And what's your current rank?
Detective,
How long have you been a detective?
10 years.
And in connection with being a detective, what are your responsibilities?
Any incidents that require further investigation?
Directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you have the opportunity to respond to the Residence Inn in Dedham?
Yes, I did.
And when you first arrived at the Residence Inn, where did you go?
Initially, I was in the parking lot.
Okay. And who did you speak with, if anyone, in the parking lot?
I spoke to Officer Ellis and Mr. Steven Rocka.
And about how long did you spend in the parking lot?
Just a few minutes.
Do you know about what time it was?
10:42 a.m.
And when you met with Mr. Rocka, did he show you anything?
He did. He showed me a text message.
Okay. May I approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 1. You just look at that first message on there.
Yes,
Do you recognize that text message?
I do.
What is that?
That's the text message that Mr. Rocka displayed to me on
Okay.
his cell phone.
All right, you can just close that, thanks. And when you were in the parking lot, was Dr. Turk there?
He was already in the ambulance at that time.
Okay. And so what, if anything, did you do next?
I went up to room 228 with Officer Ellis and Officer Katie.
And when you went to room 228, generally, what did you see?
So I reviewed the room as it was. I photographed the room to document as it was, how we found it. I did note there was a small kitchen table in the kitchenette that had several items on top of it.
Photographs.
Okay. And you said that you took photographs yourself?
Yes, I
Photographs of the room. Guess who wasn't in the room? The victim, Katie McLean. And yet this detective took photographs. Can you imagine? Because they didn't know if this was the crime scene or not, right? So they took photographs. It's mind numbing. Dedham PD, getting it done.
did.
Okay. If I could move through those at this time, Your Honor,
Yes.
can I just shut off the lights?
Yes.
I'll get it.
These are already marked.
These are already marked into evidence. If we could start with Exhibit 5, please, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in Exhibit 5?
Yes, this is the hotel room from the exterior.
All right. And is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
All right. And could I have Exhibit 6, please? And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
This is the kitchen table.
Okay. And there's a syringe on that table. Did you learn that people treating from Fallon Ambulance treating Dr. Tuerk had used syringes?
They did not.
Okay, if you're not looking at your screen, come on back. Come on back so you can see a picture of what was located on the table in the hotel room. The Residence Inn in Dedham, not the greatest place. Don't ask me how I know, but
Did they administer Narcan?
Here's a picture. Let me see if I can enlarge it for you. All the things that were found on the table. And imagine this is how they found the evidence. This is how a crime scene is supposed to be processed, everyone, whether it's snowing or not. Photographs should be taken.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
You could take that back a sec.
Fallon Ambulance treating Dr. Tuerk had used syringes?
They did not.
Did they administer Narcan?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And Exhibit number 7, please.
They did, but she didn't know about it.
What's contained in that photograph?
So there is, this is low dose aspirin that had been dumped out by the paramedics just to confirm that's what was in the bottle was what was supposed to be. And then there's a kitchen knife with a small amount of dried blood on the tip.
Okay, and could we have exhibit number 8, please? And what is that?
Apple iPhone belonging to Mr. Turk.
Okay. And did you do anything in connection with the phone that's shown in exhibit number 8?
I seized the phone.
Okay. And can we have exhibit number 9, please? What can be seen in exhibit number 9?
This is the desk area in the room, and there's just some miscellaneous items on there.
Okay. Exhibit number 10, please.
Oh, sorry. Wait. I had the wrong
What's
part
in
of the
exhibit number
photograph
10?
zoomed in.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna...
Exhibit number 10, please. Number 9.
This is the desk area in the room, and there's just some miscellaneous items on there.
Okay. Exhibit number 10, please. What's in exhibit number 10?
This is the bed.
And is this how the bed appeared when you were in room 228 on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have exhibit number 12? And what's contained in exhibit number 12?
This is the nightstand to the right of the bed. There's some water, some miscellaneous items, and a half-empty bottle of, I believe it was scotch.
Okay, and can we have exhibit number 13, please? And what's contained in exhibit 13?
So this is a photo from the parking lot. This is Mr. Turk's vehicle.
This is G-Wagon.
Okay, and did you observe this vehicle parked in this manner on May 15th?
Yes, I did.
Okay, could we have exhibit 14, please? And what photograph is this?
This is the same vehicle from the rear depicting the license plate.
Could we have exhibit 15, please? And what is this?
The same vehicle from the driver's side.
Could we have exhibit 16? And what is contained in exhibit 16?
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler.
And is this parked in the manner in which you observed it on the 15th?
Yes, it is.
Could we have exhibit 17, please? What's contained in exhibit 17?
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler from the rear depicting the license plate.
Okay. Could we have exhibit 18, please? What is contained in exhibit 18?
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler from the driver's side.
And could we have exhibit 19, please? And what's contained in exhibit 19?
This is Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler from the front.
Okay, could we have exhibit 20, please? What's contained in exhibit 20?
This is the passenger side of Miss McLean's Jeep Wrangler.
And what can be seen in that?
There's a kitchen steak knife with a black handle and an empty bottle of scotch.
Wait a
So
second.
at the point that you took this photograph,
Where's the knife?
where were you positioned, or how were you positioned?
Hold on. I don't see a knife in this picture. I see a bottle on the passenger seat. I don't know. Maybe it's here towards the back of the seat, like where the seat meets the back of the seat. I don't see a knife, but maybe I'm blind.
I was standing outside of the passenger side of the vehicle. Both the windows had been left down and the items were in plain view.
And did you ever open the doors when you first responded to the residence in the morning of the 15th?
No.
Okay. Could have the lights back on, please?
It's under the bottle. Thank you. In the crease, under the bottle. You guys are awesome.
When you were at the Residence Inn, what, if anything, did you do with regard to surveillance at the hotel?
I went down to the front desk and I spoke to the front desk supervisor, George Cummins. He was able to pull up surveillance video from May 8th at the time that Mr. Turk had checked into the hotel initially. He utilized that image to see what Mr. Turk looks like, and I had asked him if he could begin reviewing surveillance video from May 15th and from the day prior, May 14th, to
Surveillance
attempt
video?
to gather Mr. Turk's whereabouts.
Okay. And was it your understanding that more video was going to be provided to investigators?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the information that you obtained and what you saw in the room, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked Officer Ellis if he can contact our dispatch and have our dispatch center ping Miss McLean's cell phone.
And what was the purpose of that?
The purpose is to locate the phone and thus hopefully locate Miss McLean.
Okay. And under what circumstances would you request a ping?
For an exigent circumstance, so an emergency circumstance.
Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do?
I responded back to the station, and at that time I requested that our dispatch locate a K-9 unit to respond up to the residence inn to meet Officer Ellis to search the area around the hotel.
Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do?
I took a phone call from Miss McLean's sister, Beth Mellinson.
And what, if anything else, did you do?
I responded to the Norwood Hospital at approximately 2:15 p.m. with Detective Mahoney. We met at the time Sergeant Fanning, now Lieutenant Fanning.
And what?
Oh, because of course Fanning got a promotion. Because of course he did. Fanning has entered the chat again, and look at Rihanna's Norfolk rulings. That is how fast you guys are so on it. You're so on top of it that you can change your YouTube username at the click of a closed caption gone awry. Rihanna's Norfolk ruling has entered the chat. Can't wait to hear about what Fanning did during this investigation, and I can't wait to see him on the stand and to see how Reddington is going to rip into him, because it's going to be a thing of beauty, and Buchanan too. Can't wait.
Where was Lieutenant Fanning or Sergeant Fanning? What law enforcement agency was he from?
With the Massachusetts State Police, the investigative unit out of the district attorney's office.
And why'd you go to Norwood Hospital?
To follow up with Mr. Turk's status.
Okay. Did you take any items with you to Norwood Hospital?
I took the cell phone with me.
And what, if anything, did you do with that?
The phone was ultimately turned over to Lieutenant Fanning.
Okay. And were you able
to? It was turned over to Lieutenant Fanning. Well, that's interesting, because remember that Fanning and Crawford had a business together that was dissolved, I don't know, a couple days after Karen Reed's arraignment in 2022. So they had a business together back in 2020. And they may or may not have been involved in some shenanigans going all the way back to that case that we looked at from 2015, the death of Keith Boudreau, where Fanning and Crawford went into the bar and took their whole surveillance system with them. And then the defendant, Paul Fahey, argued that that surveillance footage of him murdering Keith Boudreau had been doctored, proctored, or somehow altered. Interesting. I wonder if Colleen Crawford is in this case too. Huh. Okay, this just got a little bit more interesting. Hang on.
and what, if anything, did you do with that?
The phone was ultimately turned over to Lieutenant Fanning.
Okay. And were you able to go into Norwood Hospital on the 15th?
Ultimately, we were.
Okay. And who, if anyone, did you speak with on the 15th?
We met with Ailish Wilkies, one of the directors from the hospital.
Okay. And did you meet with anybody else?
We met with a Matthew Lowry and a Tara Dobb.
Okay. And anybody else?
Lieutenant Fanning, Detective Mahoney. We met in the family waiting room.
Okay. And were you able to meet with Mr. Turk or Dr. Turk on that day?
No.
Okay. And so after going to Norwood Hospital, where, if anywhere, did you go?
I responded to the area of 29 Valley Road, along with Detective Quigley, also from our department, to assist with a neighborhood canvass around Mr. Turk's residence.
And what's a canvass?
We checked the area for any possible surveillance video or doorbells with video capability, spoke to some of the residents to see if they had witnessed anything, heard anything.
And what was the purpose of that?
To see if there was any witnesses to anything that had occurred, possibly near or at the residence.
Okay. And about how long did you spend in Dover?
A couple hours.
Okay. Directing your attention to Saturday, May 16th. What, if anything, happened on that day?
I contacted Miss Wilkies at 8 a.m. for a status update on Mr. Turk.
Okay. And after speaking with Ms. Wilkie, what, if anything, did you do?
I responded to Norwood Hospital at approximately 10 a.m. along with Detective Poro, also of the Dedham Police Department, and Trooper Kukowski from the DA's office.
Kukowski.
Okay. And were you able to go into Norwood Hospital on the 16th?
Ultimately, yes.
Okay. Do you know about what time you were able to go into the hospital?
I recall that the interview began at approximately 5:20 p.m.
Okay. And what do you mean by the interview?
So we interviewed Mr. Turk in one of the family waiting rooms that we were situated in
Listen
by
up.
Miss Wilkies.
And when you say we, who was present?
Myself and Trooper Kukowski.
Oh,
Okay.
they interviewed him. And they recorded it too. You're going to be blown away. It's like 3 hours, this interview.
You may.
I've traded binders with you. And I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 280. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the Miranda rights that was read to Mr. Turk.
Okay. And is your signature on that form?
It is.
Okay. And is there a date and time?
There is.
And what's the date and time?
May 16th, 2020, and the time is 5:21 p.m.
Okay. And how were you and Trooper Kukowski dressed?
I believe Trooper Kukowski was in a suit and I was in regular plain clothes.
And what about Detective Poro? Did he come with you into the hospital?
He did, yes.
And how was he dressed?
Plain clothes.
And is it fair to say that you were in the interview for the first portion of the interview?
Yes.
And during the time period that you were in the interview, were you ever concerned that the defendant didn't understand anything that you were saying or Trooper Kukowski was saying?
No.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Dr. Turk moving?
Yes.
In what way did you see him moving?
Initially, prior to the interview, he walked out from the wing his room was located in and walked into the family waiting room to meet with us.
Did he require any assistance?
No.
And during the interview, where was he seated?
He was positioned with his back to the door to the family waiting room.
Okay. And did he ever require any assistance in his chair?
No.
Was it just a regular chair?
Yes.
And at some point in the interview, was there a break?
There was, yes.
And what happened during that break?
Mr. Turk asked to take a break. It was approximately 45 minutes.
The break was 45 minutes?
Yes.
And what happened during that break?
He walked back to the area of his room.
Okay. And did you or any other police officer go with him?
No.
And how did the interview resume?
Mr. Turk returned back to the family waiting room.
And what happened at that point with you?
I remained in the hallway.
Okay. And could Dr. Turk see you during the time period that you were in the hallway?
No.
And could you hear what was going on in the room?
No, I could not.
Okay. And after the break, who was in the interview?
It was Trooper Kukowski and Detective Poro.
Okay. After Saturday the 16th, what was your involvement with the investigation?
There was no further involvement from myself as the jurisdiction fell on Dover and the state police.
And what do you mean by jurisdiction?
That the crime had occurred, alleged crime had occurred in Dover.
Okay. Your Honor, could we approach?
Yes.
Okay. So they're out of the case. Crime scene was not the Dedham Residence Inn. Spoiler alert for those of you who are not familiar with all of the details of the case, as some of us who followed the pretrial are.
To administer Narcan. That was a needle. The needle.
Hold on. Can't hear.
Consider this.
The only reason I knew he was talking was because of the closed captions. Is it Reddington again? Dude, find the mic.
So you can consider this as proven The needle that you saw in the photograph just a moment ago, that was a needle, the parties stipulate, that was used to administer Narcan to the defendant and then left by the EMTs on that table that you saw.
Okay. Here's what happened at the sidebar. We just found out because that was the judge speaking. I didn't think it sounded like Reddington. Parties have stipulated that the syringe found on the nightstand was used by the EMTs to administer the Narcan, and that was left on the nightstand table. But I remember from our pre-trial that we do know that there was a syringe found, I think also underneath the mattress that was filled with something, and we don't know what it was. So I think they're trying to distinguish the syringe left on the nightstand from the one that was found on the mattress. But let's pay attention. Sorry, I hate to spoil my own. That was a spoiler from me, but there's a reason that they had to stipulate to that, because this witness doesn't know, and the attorneys are able to agree on something. Can you imagine? Such a whole new world in the courtroom just next to Karen Reed's courtroom. It's so crazy.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
So I understand you're a detective, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've been a detective for about, what, 8 years, 9 years?
10 years?
10 years. And that would be in the town of Dedham, or the city of Dedham, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you do when you're a detective, obviously, is you detect things, you investigate, and you're looking for potential evidence and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
You want to keep an open mind at all times, right? Would you agree with me that you mentioned on a number of occasions, could I have Exhibit 17, please?
You detect things. As a detective, you detect things, right?
Now, you referenced this motor vehicle, the Jeep, as being Miss McLean's Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Can I have 18, please? Now, looking at Exhibit 18, you would agree that what you refer to as Miss McLean's Jeep is the white Jeep, and it's parked within the white lines, but it's pretty much far over, if you will, towards the red, correct?
Yes.
And you know now, in the course of your investigation of this case, that in fact it was not Miss McLean's Jeep, that it was Harry Turk's Jeep, right?
I was advised that it was Miss McLean's Jeep that she drove.
Okay. In any event, did you know that in your investigation that Ms. McLean was living with, you can put the lights on, that was living with Harry Turk in his house in Dover?
Yes.
Did you know that they were boyfriend and girlfriend for a period until they got married?
I didn't know how long they dated for before they got married.
Did you know they were married for about 4 or 5 months tops and then they got divorced? Or they wanted to get a divorce?
No.
So when you're investigating the case and you see the white Jeep Wrangler parked in the parking lot, did you look inside that vehicle?
From the window.
Okay, so you really didn't open the door and look inside it, but
No.
okay. You indicate that on the 15th, I believe, that you went to Norwood Hospital initially. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you could not meet with the defendant, is what you said, right?
That's correct.
Now, why could you not meet with the defendant?
Because he had still not woken up yet. He was still unresponsive as far as we were advised.
All right. And you know that when he was admitted to the hospital, that in fact, he was more than unresponsive. He was almost in a coma.
I don't know what state medically he was in, how severe or not.
All right. So as a police officer now, you know, even though you're in plain clothes, you still have the gun and the badge and all of that, right?
Yes.
And you're with the state police and you're going to the hospital to try to get a statement from him, right?
Yes.
And one of the things, for example, one of the things you guys do is you tell people you have a right to remain silent, right?
Yes.
You have a right to an attorney.
Yes.
You can't afford one, we'll give you one.
Yes.
You can't, and if you want to stop talking, you stop anytime, right?
Right.
Those are Miranda warnings.
Right.
And the reason you do that is so the person, the citizen who's being questioned by the police officer is able to make, hopefully, a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver, right, of their rights.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the other issues is that of what's called voluntariness. In other words, is the person making a voluntary statement, not so much a legal statement with the Miranda, but a voluntary statement, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
yes?
Yes.
And one of the concerns that you have is, for example, whether or not somebody's impaired as a result of ingestion of drugs or ingestion of alcohol or mental illness or anything like that, right?
Yes.
So you as a police officer, a detective with your almost decade at the time of experience, a concern that when you're interrogating or questioning a person, as you were, that the person is able to make a voluntary statement to you, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you knew that Harry Turk was in the hospital, and when he was unresponsive, it was in fact because his blood alcohol level on admission was such that the Norwood Hospital doctors were concerned that it was attempted suicide by alcohol.
This is the first time I'm hearing of that.
Okay. Well, how about the fact that when you observed him in the hospital, did you have at any point have any concern or know anything about his blood alcohol level?
I never observed him in the hospital on the 15th, and I was never made aware of his blood alcohol content on the 15th.
I see. Okay. So it was on Saturday, the 16th at 8 o'clock in the morning that you went to see him in the hospital. Is that correct?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
We arrived at 10 a.m., but we actually didn't see or communicate with Mr. Turk until closer to 5:20 is when the interview began.
Boston Babe, yes, good comment, except for this is a trial. Not a hearing, but yes, totally agree with the rest of your comments. She said, so this is how a normal hearing works in Dedham Superior. Amazing how this trial runs so smoothly based on the judge. No sighing, no interruptions, just flows. Yep. Stark contrast with the Karen Reed trial.
Okay, so your initial effort on May 16th would be that you reached out to Ms. Wilkies. Is that right?
Yes, I reached out to Ms. Wilkies at 8 a.m. for a status on Mr. Turk.
Excellent. And Ms. Wilkies advised you that he had actually woken up around 1 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he was asking for water, right?
That's correct.
So you guys go over to speak with him in the hospital that morning, right?
Yes, we
went over
arrived.
to question him.
Yes, we arrived at about 10 a.m.
And I guess the questioning was in two parts where it was broken because he wanted to take a break and you guys were pretty good. No problem. Let him take a break.
Yes, he requested a break.
Rona, we have the medical records from Norwood Hospital certified, I believe. I'd like to offer those if I could.
We just approach.
Sure.
There's no objection. I just want to approach.
See how these attorneys are courteous to each other and they try and work things out for the benefit of speeding things along?
Did you notice, I know, when you were speaking with Harry, did you notice, I know the EMTs had been treating him, did you notice that he had all sorts of like linear cuts and scratches on his arms?
I didn't observe them myself.
No?
No.
Did you see any injuries on his arms or his legs or his torso at all?
I wasn't looking for the injuries when we were interviewing him.
Okay.
I didn't see them myself.
How about his wrist? Did you see any cuts to his wrist when you were talking with him at all?
No.
That's all I had, Rona. Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's trying to show that he was not in any condition to voluntarily waive his Miranda rights. There was some motions in limine about that. I'm not sure exactly where that landed, but he was allowed to question the witness about those things. That apparently he attempted suicide by alcohol and he was non-responsive. He was almost comatose when he was brought in.
Just take your time, just watch your step. Face the clerk, please.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Have a seat. Thank you. Okay, do me a favor, just keep your voice up, okay? Yes.
All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name?
It's Sergeant Colby Roy, first name Colby, last name Roy, ROY.
How are you employed, sir?
Currently by the Millis Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Millis Police Department?
Approximately 3.5 years.
What's your rank?
Sergeant.
And how were you previously employed?
by the Medfield Police Department.
And how long were you employed by Medfield?
Approximately 6 years.
Okay. So directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, were you working in Medfield Police Department during that time period?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And were you dispatched anywhere in particular around 2:45 in the afternoon on May 15th?
Yes, I was dispatched to the area of Rocky Woods on Hartford Street in Medfield.
Where is that generally in Medfield?
Off of Route 109, Hartford Street is a cut through that goes towards Dover and Westwood.
And did you say Rocky Woods?
Yes.
What is that?
A conservation area, reservation.
About how big is it?
Approximately 450-ish acres.
Okay. So it's pretty large. Is all of that in Medfield?
Not all of it. Some of it does extend into Dover.
Okay. And on May 15th, when you went to, where did you go?
I met with other officers from the Medfield Police Department, probably halfway up Hartford Street, on the side of the road where they were all staging.
And what was your purpose in going there?
I was informed that they were attempting to locate a cell phone ping that was possibly in the area.
Okay. And what was the purpose of the ping, was your understanding?
But my understanding was that there was a missing, possibly endangered female that this phone belonged to.
Okay. And so then at some point in time, did you leave Hartford Street?
Yes.
And where did you go?
We responded to, I should not recall the exact address, Valley Road in Dover.
And who were you with?
Officer Bonadies, who at the time was our K-9 officer.
Okay. Can you just, for the record, do you know how to spell Bonadies?
Bonadies.
All right. And you said Officer Bonadies was the K-9 officer?
Correct.
Okay. And so why did you and Officer Bonadies go to Valley Road?
The information that we received from dispatch, the phone was pinging in the area of our Rocky Woods with a radius, a very large radius, and being that it was a large area of woods, people walking in it, it did not make sense to begin a track from the location with the K-9 where we're currently at. So I had asked dispatch what the address was of the location and if that address fell within the perimeter that the ping was coming from.
Okay. And did it?
It did.
All right. So then what was the purpose of going there with the dog?
So the purpose was to meet a officer from Dover there to, if there was going to be a track to be initiated into Rocky Woods, the most logical starting point would be the point of origin where it was coming from.
Okay. And this is in the afternoon, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you got to, is 29 Valley, does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So when you got to number 29 Valley Road, where, if anywhere, did you go?
So we pulled up to the residence and began to walk around the perimeter of the residence prior to bringing the dog out. And then I believe as we began to walk with the dog, that's when a Dover officer, Officer Marsher, showed up on scene.
Officer Marsher?
Yes.
Okay. And then what, if anything, happened next?
Officer Marsher informed us that he had a entry code to get into the garage of the house that was provided by family to check the interior of the residence to ensure that nobody was inside.
Okay. And at the point in time that you were speaking with Officer Marsher, were you aware that police had previously been in the home?
I was not.
Okay. And so then what, if anything, happened at that point in time?
So at that point, we entered the residence via the garage. There was a door that entered into a hallway, I believe, kitchen area, announcing our presence inside the residence. And then we began to search the first floor to see if anybody was there, which there was nobody there. We then made our way to the upstairs of the residence.
Okay. And what did you observe upstairs?
Upon Getting to the top of the stairs, we looked left down the hallway and saw that there was a bedroom door that looked like it had been forcibly opened at the end of the hallway. The door jamb was splintered. It looked like there was damage to the locking mechanism at the end of the hallway.
Okay. And did you make note of that?
Yes, we did.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
So at this point, unknowing what the situation was at the time, and if there was somebody possibly on the inside of that room, I believe I drew my department firearm. Officer Bonadies drew his taser. We made entry into the room to ensure that nobody was in there.
And were you able to clear that room as well?
Yes.
And when you were in the room, what observations did you make?
There was a bed in front of us, appeared to be bedding, sheets on the ground. Noted that broken glass was on the ground.
Another broken glass.
And there was a bathroom in there. There was nobody in the bathroom as well. And then we noticed that there was a purse sitting on a nightstand table.
Okay. And so what, if anything, did you do at that time?
At that time, I had dispatch make a phone call to the cell phone that we were getting the ping from, and they called the phone, which began ringing inside of that purse.
Okay.
All
And
right, the
while
okay is
you were in,
now it's really grating on my nerves that she says okay after every single answer. Yes, what if anything is used to avoid leading questions, but it's not, and that's a great point, Mastad, but it's not like when lawyers are experienced, it's not necessary to do that. It's to me, it shows an experience. There's other ways of asking questions. And I do not think that, defense counsel is going to object if she says, what did you do next? Instead of what, if anything, did you do next? Because everyone does something next, right? So what did you do next? I think is a perfectly acceptable question without the what, if anything in there and the okay after every single answer, which is so annoying. And what else does this tell you? Katie's phone was in her purse on the nightstand. Where did it ping? It pinged somewhere in the marsh or the swamp or somewhere that was not the bedroom. So that's interesting to me as well. Moving on.
the bedroom, did you touch anything?
No.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do next?
At that point, I believe it was Sergeant Mayo arrived on scene from the Dover Police Department. And we informed him that it looked like there may have been something that struggle of some sort happened here, and that he should notify his detectives. And then we exited the residence the same way that we entered.
Josh is thinking too. He says if her phone was pinging in the woods, how did it get in her purse in the house in Dover?
All right, I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you.
1 minute, please.
Yes.
Apologize.
Thank you, Cam Vatty, for your super chat. I don't think it's the same McLaughlin. I think it's a different McLaughlin. Slamming things around now. Kevin's getting upset. Kevin's getting upset. Pin it on Proctor. Thanks for your super chat. Photos of cars. Who knew?
So when you went in the bedroom, you indicated that you made notice of the fact that there was a splintered door. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That'd be the bedroom door?
Yes.
Top of the stairs, you take a left, go all the way down the hallway, and the bedroom is right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to approach you, sir, with a photograph and ask if you can identify that photograph. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw when you went towards the bedroom?
Yes, sir. That would be the staircase there.
And so, good, I would offer this and then publish it, and then you can point out different things.
No objection.
Okay, maybe a minute. There's a number on the back, Mr. Reddington. Is that your number?
How do we know this is the same McLaughlin? How can Laura McLaughlin be on this trial and the Karen Reed trial at the same time? H-Bag, do you have any actual proof of that? I mean, I'm curious. It didn't look like her. Didn't sound like her. So I cannot confirm or deny. Did not think it was the same Laura McLaughlin that's trying the Karen Reed case. It would be virtually impossible for her to be on both cases at the same time. I'm prepping both. So H-Bag, unless you have any special knowledge, please let me know. This is Elizabeth McLaughlin. Thank you, Mastad. This is Elizabeth McLaughlin. The one on the Karen Reed trials is Laura McLaughlin, right? And so I'm glad we cleared that up. Thank you very much, Mass Dad. Appreciate you. Oh, there we go. Chalks. He's able to use chalks, aka trial exhibits. Somebody else also pointed out here, Melanie, North Carolina SHP retired. I have never seen a courtroom where the defense and prosecutors sit in front and behind each other. It's always to the side of each other. I've always seen it to the side of each other too. That's the way we do it here in New York. Even though this is a smaller courtroom, a larger courtroom, it seems like the prosecutor's bench is still attached to the judge's bench, which is really weird to me because it gives the impression that they are one. You know, the prosecutor and the judge are one. I don't like it. It seems to be a Massachusetts thing. I have not seen it in any other states. Even when the courtrooms are small in other states, the defense and the prosecutor's tables are usually side by side. So yes, I agree. I don't like it either. Moving on.
Maybe a minute. There's a number on the back, Mr. Reddington. Is that your number?
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks, Monge 1967 for your super sticker. Appreciate you. On top, thank you very much. BC.
So now shown His Honor and the jurors, the exhibit, this would show where the splinter is on the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were pointing something out about over here.
Yes, I believe, so this would have been the staircase that we had come up.
So you're coming up the staircase.
Yes.
Down the hallway.
Correct.
This is where the Halligan tool was used to break into the bedroom by the police, correct?
I was not, all I knew that there was a door that looked like it would be forcibly entered at the end of the hallway. Yes.
And when you went in, you had occasion to make an observation of the bed. And the bedclothes were in a ball kind of bundled up on top of the bed. Is that right?
I believe they were on the floor. There was some bedding on the bed, but there was some bedding on the floor as well.
All right. And you made observation that there was a lot of shattered glass on the floor, correct?
I would not necessarily use a lot, but I did see a shattered glass of some sort on the ground.
Okay. Where did you see the shattered glass?
I do not recall exactly, but it was.
Just to correct the record, I didn't mean it was a Massachusetts thing as if it happens in every single courtroom in Massachusetts. What that was, I've only seen it in Massachusetts and specifically only during the Karen Reed trial. Just to clarify the record. Okay. Somebody says, Mass Dad says it's also the same in Essex Superior and Worcester Superior. Okay. Moving on.
Between the door and the bed, but I'm not exactly. But
Where did you see the shattered glass?
I do not recall exactly, but it was, I believe, between the door and the bed, but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. I'm going to approach you, sir, with what has been marked as C for identification and ask if you can identify this.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the bed that you're referring to?
Yes.
And if you look in front of the bed area there, does that appear to be what appears to be clear items or glass or something of that nature?
Yes, from my recollection, that is what I saw.
Well, I would offer this further.
No objection.
If you're not looking at the screen, don't worry, because they're really not showing us these big exhibits anyway, so we really can't see the photograph.
Did you notice what it was readily apparent to be a bottom of like a rocks glass, a drinking glass?
Oh my God! Another bottom of a rocks glass, a drinking glass, a cocktail glass. What are the odds? Something's in the water in Norfolk County.
Really refer to it as a rocks, but some sort of drinking glass. Yes, I don't recall if it was on the ground or where it was, but I do recall seeing that.
Recall that it was on the ground and one of you guys picked it up and put it on the dresser.
I do not recall that, sir.
All right, but you do recall that
I do remember, yes, seeing a piece of the.
So I'm going to show you an item, sir, and ask if this is a fair and accurate representation of a piece of furniture in the bedroom and a piece of a glass.
Yes.
Drop of this.
No objection.
Maybe in the.
The 284.
And looking at that, sir,
Mhm.
that would show, this is the window. You'll notice there's like a mermaid or something like that in the windowsill, correct?
Correct.
And this would be a piece of furniture in the bedroom.
Correct.
Looks like a pillow or blankets or something, right?
Correct.
And then someone had placed clearly a broken water glass or a drink glass on that piece of furniture, correct?
It would appear that somebody would have placed it there, yes.
Did you see that there or did you see it on the floor?
I do not recall exactly. I just remember seeing
Okay.
the glass.
So we really couldn't see that exhibit or the photograph very well, but I do like the way that Reddington described what is happening or what he's pointing out in the picture verbally for the record. There is nothing worse than a written record in which nothing is described. Okay, so you see this over here, and he's pointing at something in the photograph, not describing what it is. The record is a mess on appeal if they need it. The transcript is a mess. And so you can tell how experienced Reddington is by the way he did that. And you can rewind and listen to it for yourself. But he pointed out everything in the photograph and said, you see the cocktail glass here. Did you move it? Was it on the ground? And they actually took photographs. Yeah, it's crazy, right?
And that pretty much concluded your involvement in this investigation, is that right?
Yes.
That's all they had, really.
Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Moving right through this case. This was witness number 7, I believe.
McLaughlin?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Detective Matt Levery.
If you'd like to get a look at the defendant, there he is, Dr. Harry Turk, world-renowned robotic urologist, or at least he was until he was accused of Medicare fraud and had to pay a big fine to the state of Massachusetts or something. I forget who he had to pay his fine to, but it was like something like 150 grand.
Good afternoon, sir.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name, spelling your last name for the record?
Matthew Lavery, Lavery.
How are you currently employed?
Dover Police Department,
How long have you been with the Dover Police?
10 years.
What is your current capacity?
Detective,
How long have you been a detective?
approximately 7 years.
What are some of your duties as a detective?
Conduct follow-up investigations into crimes against people and property. Respond to crime scenes, note crime scenes, conduct interviews.
Turning your attention to May 15th of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes.
In what capacity?
Patrol.
What does that mean to be in patrol?
I was in a marked cruiser assigned to a sector to answer calls for service.
What shift were you working?
The 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
At some point, did you become involved in a missing person investigation?
I did.
How did you become involved?
When I came in, they informed me that they were on Valley Road looking into a missing person. They asked me to go take another call for service and then respond to Valley Road.
Approximately what time did you respond to Valley Road?
3:30.
Do you recall what number Valley Road you went to?
20.
I really hate like being a kindergarten teacher and, chastising the chat. But if you cannot control yourself with regard to spoilers on what's happening in Karen Reed, I already have a show scheduled for 3:00. We're going to cover everything then. And some people like to actually wait to find out. Most of my audience is not on Twitter. So please try and control yourselves if at all possible. Thank you so very much. It's just common YouTube etiquette is all. We will cover it at 3:00. But today, this morning, Katie McLean, the victim of Dr. Harry Turk deserves the respect to have her trial covered. And that's what we're doing. And her children are watching. So please, please, we'll get to it at 3. I promise you. If you can't wait, I don't know what else to tell you.
29.
Who was at 29 Valley Road when you arrived?
There was members of the Dover Police, the Dedham Police, and the Mass State Police.
Where were they?
They were in the driveway.
What did you do at the residence once you arrived?
I stood by and waited for instruction.
And then what happened?
More members of the state police showed up, and we were instructed to do a canvass of the neighborhood.
What is a canvass?
You go door to door and ask the residents if they saw anything, if they heard anything, if they have any cameras.
What was the results of that canvass?
We found one home on the corner of Valley and Taylor that had some cameras.
I also want to point
where
out
is
from our
Taylor Road
pretrial
in
coverage of
relation
this
to
case,
29?
from our pretrial coverage of this case, that I give huge props to Dover PD. I don't know if anybody in the chat lives in Dover. I know there's a lot of locals. A lot of you don't like to chat, and I totally get it. You want to be anonymous. Dover PD is outstanding. From all of the pretrial stuff that we've done on this case going back to 2020, I don't know what they're like today, but I will tell you from my own personal experience of reviewing everything the Dover PD did in this case, top notch.
29 Valley Road.
Would be the lower numbers of Valley, so north towards the center of town.
What about 1 Francis Street?
That would be the opposite direction.
So 20 Taylor Road is not in the direction of travel from 29 Valley Road to 1 Francis, is that right?
Correct.
Approximately how many homes did you go to on May 15th?
Approximately a dozen.
Was there any video from 29 Valley Road in the direction of 1 Francis Street available that you're aware of?
No.
After you completed, well, approximately how long were you canvassing that area?
A couple hours.
After that canvass, what did you do?
We went back to the station to reconvene.
Turning your attention to the morning of May 16th of 2020, what, if anything, did you do?
We responded back to 29 Valley.
Approximately what time?
It was the early morning hours, 2 or 3.
2 to 3 a.m.?
Yes.
What did you do back at Valley Road?
We stood by waiting search warrants.
At some point, did the search warrants arrive?
Yes.
Were
You
they
wait for search
executed?
warrants?
Yes,
Were you there when they were executed?
I was.
What role did you take during the execution of those search warrants?
I was in the home helping to look with members of the...
Wait, you mean they actually stayed there until they got the search warrants? They didn't abandon the scene? They didn't leave the scene unsecured? They actually stayed there and waited for... I'm blown away. See, I told you Dover PD is on it. They get it.
state police and the Dedham police.
What observations did you make of the home?
It was clean, it was tidy. We walked around the first floor, went to the second floor. As we were going up the stairs, I noticed there was some clumps of hair on the stairs. Got to the top, you could go left or right from the landing. Left was the primary bedroom. I noticed the door had some damage to the frame in the door.
And the Massachusetts State Police were with you while you were in the home at that point?
Correct.
After the search warrant was executed at 29 Valley Road, what did you do?
We began another neighborhood canvass, now going up Walpole Street, the opposite direction from the morning or the evening before.
And did you find anything or gain any information at that point?
We were able to get some camera footage that went with the state police, but very little.
What else did you do as far as this investigation goes?
I assisted as needed with interviews with the state police.
On the evening of May 16th of 2020, did you have occasion to go to 1 Francis Street?
I did.
Why is that?
I was notified that the body of Kathleen McLean was located in the pond there.
When you arrived, what was happening at 1 Francis?
There was a lot of people in the driveway to the home at 1 Francis, state police and Dover police. They were standing in the driveway.
To the best of your knowledge, was the home at 1 Francis, was that being occupied at the time?
No.
So it was empty?
Correct.
Was it for sale actively, if you know?
I'm unaware.
Okay.
I think it was for sale. I think Harry looked at it. That's how we knew the pond was there. We did that in pre-trial.
And if you could just explain, you stated that you have been with the Dover Police for approximately 10 years, and some of those years were on patrol, is that right?
Yes,
And when you're on patrol, you have to move around the roadways of Dover, is that right?
that's correct.
Can you please describe the roadways in Dover?
Country roads, they're narrow, they're windy, they're not well lit. We have one stoplight in town.
Thank you.
welcome.
I have no further questions.
Did you go into the house on Bell Road?
I did,
So you're a detective or?
Yes, sir.
And how long you been a detective?
Approximately 7 years.
So as a detective, you obviously went to the academy
Yes,
and you learn in the academy how to detect things, right?
yes,
Evidence that you might be looking for, correct?
yes.
Now, when you went into the home, what day was it? The 15th, 16th, when was
It
it?
was the early morning hours of the 16th.
So this was before or after Kathleen McLean's body had been found?
It was before.
So when you went into the house, it was in the course of continuing with this investigation you were involved in, right?
Yes,
You indicated to the jury that one of the things that you observed is I think your words were clumps of hair on the stairs, right?
yes.
Is it fair to say that it was like a hair, a long hair, that was kind of curly hair that was on the stairs?
From what I remember, there was a small grouping of hair.
Small grouping.
Yes,
And was it blonde in color? What was the color?
it was light.
It was light.
He did
Yes.
say clumps
And,
before,
in
didn't he?
fact, there was a photograph.
Hold on. He just changed his testimony. He did say clumps. Katie was a Reiki master. Hold on. Somebody asked what her employment was. No, she went missing from the house, not the hotel. He was in the hotel. Hold on.
Long hair, that was kind of curly hair. They said it was like clumps of hair. Things that you observed is I think your words were clumps of hair on the stairs, right?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that it was like a hair, a long hair, that was kind of curly hair that was on the stairs?
from what I remember, there was a small grouping of hair.
Small grouping.
Yes,
And was it blonde in color? What was the color?
it was light.
It was light.
Yes,
And in fact, there was a photograph that was taken of this particular hair. Is that right?
I didn't take photographs.
So I'm going to approach you, sir, with a photograph and ask if you can tell me, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you described to this jury as a clump of hair on the stairs?
Yes.
Okay. And offer this, Your Honor?
No objection.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, maybe a minute.
Thanks, Denise, for your question, but I like what I'm doing just fine, even better. She says that these cases want to get you back in the courts.
The
Nope.
stairs, and this would show the hair that you're referring to, correct?
Oh,
There's
there's a picture of
several
the hair.
lines there, yes, but there could be one hair. Yes,
Okay, the hair are hairs. This is what
Yes.
you're referring to, right?
yes.
On the stairs, correct?
Don't worry, you can't see
Do
the
you have
photograph.
occasion to look inside the car at any time?
I did not.
Did anybody, is it your understanding, sir, that there were clumps of hair or hairs all over the furniture in the house, in the living room, for example?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware of it. Did you know they had a dog, big Labrador?
I did not.
Was the Labrador in the house when you were there?
I didn't see a dog.
Did you see hair all over the house from the Labrador shedding, sir?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that came from, do you?
I do not.
Now, when you were investigating,
We couldn't see the photo, but the way he made it
you would've-
sound was that it was just one single hair. Right?
into the bedroom,
I did.
up the top of the stairs, hook a left, and then you go in, right?
Yes,
This is a number of police officers had been in this bedroom up to this point, right?
I believe so, yes.
Photographs were taken to depict or show or secure evidence, right?
I didn't take photographs.
Well, I know you didn't, because you have people that will do that, right?
Yes,
And the people that will do that would be crime scene services, CSI, they call them, right?
correct.
Right? One of the things that was taken is you noted that there were, for example, in the living room, there was a martini glass that was of interest to be taken on the, right in front of the large couch, right?
I see that, yes.
Yes. And also, it was of note that there were a number of alcohol bottles that were in the kitchen. Tito's, vodka, martini and Rossi, things of that nature, right?
I see that, yes.
You saw
Martini
that.
and Rossi.
Is that correct?
I see it, yes.
Vermouth has entered the chat.
Any objection, Ms. McLaughlin?
No, Your
Okay.
Honor, thank you.
To be admitted.
I have a show set up for 3 o'clock. I have a show set up on Karen Reed for 3 o'clock. Don't worry.
Now,
It's coming.
when you went into the bedroom, sir, you would agree with me looking at Exhibit 283 that this is a fair and accurate depiction of the bedroom, the bed, and the bedclothes, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me, sir, that there was shattered glass or broken glass all around this area that I'm pointing to towards the floor in front of the bed?
I recall there being glass, yes.
Yes, and you also recall that there was a large drink glass, kind of like, looked like it was smashed.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 284.
He already
You
testified
recall
about the
seeing that?
glass. Why doesn't he recall now?
I do not recall seeing that.
Right on, right on.
I'm going to approach you, sir, and ask if this is another fair and accurate depiction of the headboard, the backboard, if you will, of the bed and the floor itself.
Yes.
Okay, enough of this.
No objection.
Give me a minute.
288.
Thank you. Publishing that for the jury. Can't see what. Showing you this photograph is now marked Exhibit 288. Does that show shattered glass all in the front of the area of the back of the bed?
There is, yes.
And that was there when you saw it, correct?
Yes.
Can't really see the photo very well. Don't worry if you're not watching. Harry's defense is going to be that she hit him with the glass.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may step down.
And maybe that caused him to snap, and that therefore it was a heat of passion, killing as opposed to a
Yes.
premeditated first-degree murder. And there's haircut, hammer haircut Harry, as I've come to call him, going to sidebar. This is what defendants do. Karen Reed has asked for an accommodation to have headphones so that she doesn't have to keep walking up to sidebar. And I don't know if they brought her medical condition into that motion. We're going to go over that's another thing we need to go over today. We have a lot to do.
Any case in the building, my instruction.
Listen to the instructions, because he's going to tell them not to talk about the Karen Reed case either, because there are so many of the same mutual investigators involved in Karen Reed as are investigated in Turk. So listen.
Actually going to let you go for the day. A couple things. Please remember my instructions with respect to both this case and any case in the building. We're talking about the case, no independent research. Do not visit any scenes, no posting anything. And please keep an open mind, because you haven't heard all of the evidence yet. I wanted to let you know we are moving courtrooms tomorrow. So we're actually going to be in the courtroom across the hall in the corner. Okay, so report where you usually report, and the court officers will show you where to go. Okay, Officer Land will meet you if you want to park in the behind the deeds building. You're more than welcome to do that. Officer Land will meet you in the morning. Okay, and bring you to the deeds building where you've been going to congregate in the morning, and then walk you over here. Okay, in order to use that courtroom, there may be some up and down stairs that we have to all use. Is that a problem for anybody? If it is, just let the court officer know when you leave today. And I apologize for the inconvenience. It's just the design of this courthouse. So again, I apologize in advance for the inconvenience about moving to another courtroom. Okay, have a great afternoon. I also wanted to let you know that tomorrow is going to be a full day. As you indicated, Wednesday is a half day. So you could plan on a break about 1 o'clock or so on Wednesday, again, off Thursday and Friday, and I'll let you know about next Monday as we get into tomorrow and Wednesday. Okay, thank you for your time and your patience. Have a great afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
I think part of the reasons that they're moving courtrooms is because I think maybe tomorrow is going to be the day that they listen to the 3-hour interview. And I think the acoustics are not great in this courtroom. And so they may be moving for that purpose. I don't know 100%, but I think that's why, because it's very hard to hear the alleged confession in the interview tape because it's 3 hours long.
Yes, and I believe, before you go, I believe that we're going to order lunch for you tomorrow for planning purposes. So you can talk to the court officers about that as well. If you want to get here a little bit early tomorrow, by all means, I think you'll be out there at 8, Officer Lance. Okay?
Thank you.
Is everything all right? Rest leaving notebooks in the chairs?
Leave your notebooks on the chairs. Maybe Fanning will look at him. Maybe he won't. Maybe he doesn't have anything to do with the jury. Maybe he doesn't ever have contact with the jury. Maybe he never did. I don't know if this is the exact courtroom that they're doing Karen Reed's jury selection in. This is a bigger room, but I'm told this one is on the second floor. Right? I don't know if the jury selection is on the first. I don't really know. But hold on, let's see if they have anything to say here. Hold on.
Okay.
Or is the only person that I'm aware of.
Issues by. Okay, be seated. So any other, or I should say, any witness issues by way of scheduling that you know of?
The medical examiner is the only person that I'm aware of.
Okay, and she needs to testify?
Wednesday.
Okay. All right, Mr. Reddington, you heard that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, are you anticipating any witness scheduling issues?
No.
All right, okay. Anything else before we break for the day?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
The one thing I wanted to raise is the redaction in the defendant's statement was made on page 6. It's pretty early on in the statement, and it's regarding the Attorney General investigation. The only thing, I am requesting that the court instruct the jury that there's been a redaction and they're not to consider why, because the police are aware that he's not working, and it's a little bit odd. It seems like it's unclear how they would know that unless there's been some conversation that the jury doesn't know about. So I just don't want the jury to think that the police did anything wrong in any way, and particularly because they keep them on in a recorded format.
Mr. Reddington, any objection to that?
Wrong in Karen Reed.
Just essentially telling the jury that there's a redaction in the statement, that they're not to speculate as to what's been redacted. It's a ruling the court made with respect to inadmissible evidence.
Yeah, on what, the transcript?
It's on the transcript, but it's also on the audio portion. So
Meaning there's a space on the audio?
It's not as, so in the video ones.
Oh, I see. So in other words, you don't want speculation that the police cut something out of it or something?
Yeah, or the police somehow knew something for some reason that they shouldn't.
Yeah, I have no problem with you telling them that, look, you'll notice on the audio that there appears to be a skip, and that's got nothing to do with the police, just so that they know.
Look at they agree on
It's
something.
less,
Imagine that.
obvious in just an audio interview than in a video. You can usually tell that there's been some sort of a skip.
Right.
With just the audio, you can't really tell as easily.
No, I have no problem with that.
All right, so logistically, everything's going to have to go from here over to the other courtroom.
We understand.
I believe you can start that process this afternoon or during lunch.
We have a list at 2, which I think
Okay.
is going on over there.
Can we move now?
Yes. Okay. Oh, well, there was a plea, but they
Are
should
they
be
in
done.
session over? All right, well, let me check and see if they're in session.
They are not, so they're available.
Okay, so I suggest if you can move your things over there now, I would do so.
Yeah, you might want to do that.
Obviously, just confirm that the AV is working in there tomorrow, so we don't run into any issues with that. Mr. Reddington, you're going to move your boxes over there as well?
Oh, yeah, we'll do that now.
Okay.
And then we marked a few additional items today.
All
I
right.
agree.
Housekeeping. He does remind me of Dolph Lundgren. That's right. That is who Harry Turk reminds me of. I'll allow it. Is there anything else here?
From prior conversations that there may be a few objections to some of them. I'm happy to give the court the photographs that I plan or intend to mark as exhibits so that you have a heads up, and maybe we can have this issue done prior to her
I have
testimony.
no problem if the DA gives you copies right now, so you can take a look at it.
Okay, and you're saving your objections.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take a copy then
Okay,
whenever you
thank
get
you.
it.
I'll go downstairs and get them.
And I'm assuming you want an instruction, which I would give a contemporaneous instruction with respect to the graphic photographs. Mr.
Yeah.
Reddington?
Graphic photographs.
I would like you to take a look at the photographs that the government has, and then we can have a discussion about
government.
their disability.
Sounds like Brennan.
Okay, and an instruction?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay,
Sorry, yes.
all right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I mean, amazing. What a difference. This is not a judge that heard any of Aidan Carney's cases. This is Judge Mark Hallal, Hallal.
Is it? Thank you.
To prevent any misinformation or guesswork, rumor, speculation in the chat. Thank you, Dixie Trisket, for coming in to say, huge longtime fan, but I'm always quiet. This is actually my first time speaking up. Welcome. Don't be afraid. Fear not. Fear not, young Dixie Trisket. That's a tongue twister. To Kathleen's children who are watching with us, this isn't easy. All of us are thinking of you and remembering your beautiful mom. Yeah. Justice for Katie McLean. It is. It is like a parallel universe. Thank you so much, Dixie, for your super chat. BC said earlier, you can tell how much this has affected Mr. Rocka. I hope all of their family can heal from this. Yes, I agree. That is the father of Katie's 3 children. Thank you very much. Canoni's Baloney. Jadzia has been here for 8 months and says, love Melanie cupcakes. Wonderful. 8 months. Thank you. Suffolk County, Boston doesn't have the setup like this. It must be a Dedham thing, says Amy. Hi, Amy. Thanks for your super chat. Denise wanted to know if this wants me to get me back in the courtroom. Nope. I like being here instead. And then Chris Cross says, Kikowski is a good guy. He's simply being dragged into that free Karen Reed because of his corrupt boss. I would argue with you there and say he's being brought into the Karen Reed trial because DeChico is the one actually who disparaged him or made him feel like he may be less than honest, because in the text thread with Michael Proctor, DeChico said during the time that Michael Proctor was saying, oh, I couldn't get the ME to change her manner of death from undetermined to homicide. DeChico said, rookie move. You should have had me and Jeff do it. So apparently him and Jeff may have the appearances that they may have a history of getting medical examiners to change their manner of death on death certificates. So DeChico's the one that dragged Kikowski in. I don't know about that. Thank you, Lori, for buying me 3 matcha lattes, and says, thank you so much for dissecting the legalese and for kicking out the negative Nellies in the chat when they attack the person and not the idea. You never know who's watching, but we do know that at least one of Katie's daughters has been watching and did thank us for covering her mom's case. And so we are giving it the time, attention, and respect that it deserves, because no matter what Katie McLean may or may not have done to Harry Turk, according to him, she did not deserve to be murdered. She just didn't. She just didn't. Let me see, Victoria. Thank you so much for your Venmo. Says you're the best. No, you are. No, you are. Okay, we have a bunch of Karen Reed documents that have popped in the past couple of minutes, and we have some stuff to catch up on from last week. As soon as I end this stream, it is going to teleport you to the 3 o'clock stream, so you can all go get a drink, a snack, some popcorn, or whatever you're going to need, so that we're going to come back at 3 o'clock. Forgot to address this one. Glenda said, thank you, Melanie, for covering this trial. Great. Compare and contrast with the Karen Reed case, also tried in Norfolk County. Yep, in the courtroom right next door. And thank you, Ms. Reed's fire extinguisher, for prayers for Katie's family. And I think we already addressed that. And that is it. Okay, I'm going to teleport you over to the 3 o'clock stream. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy today. This is never, ever easy, but it's always, always worth it, because part of the reason that you guys like to watch here is because the chat is clean and respectful, and we keep it classy here. So I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. You're going to be teleported over to the 3 o'clock stream. Please do not put any spoilers in the chat over there, because a lot of people don't have Twitter that watch this show, and they like to, get the breaking news from the breaking news source. Please hit the like button on the way out. Please hit the like button on the way into the 3 o'clock stream. And I'm going to see you over there in a very, very short period of time. I love you with all of my heart. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. Teleporting. Ready? Safe travels, everyone. In 3, 2, 1, let's go. We got some Karen Reeds to free. And we are on the eve of trial, because jury selection is starting tomorrow. For those of you who are not joining at 3, jury selection tomorrow. The only part of that will be televised is the judge's opening remarks to the jury, counsel's opening remarks to the jury, and then according to the media order, the cameras go off and will not come on again until opening statements. So we are going to have a very long time of dead air on the Karen Reed case, although we are not, I'm sure, going to have any shortage of documents to go over before the trial starts. I think it's going to take at least 2 weeks to pick that jury. I'm pretty sure. So that'll answer your questions about that. Tomorrow we will be covering whatever is televised on Karen Reed, and then we will flip over and cover the Turk trial from the beginning of the day. That way we can FF through lunch and be able to cover both in one day. All right, my friends, stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. You can do it. Safe travels in 3, 2, 1. Buckle up, buttercups.